Chapter 1978. Fairy Yin Yu was taken aback at first, but she soon revealed a relaxed and pleasantly surprised expression. Disciple Yin Yu greets Elder Li Feng. Su Yu was surprised. This sneaky green-robed elder was Li Feng, the one who issued the mission. Why did he come here? Li Feng turned around and revealed a relieved expression. Fortunately, I came in time. It's good that you're fine. Where are my disciple and young Hua? Yin Yu's face was filled with sorrow as she said, Elder Li, senior martial brother Qin Huai was killed by an ancient person, and only his soul is left. Senior martial brother Yang Hua was chased by an ancient person into the dark forest, and his whereabouts are unknown. Li Feng sighed when he heard this. After I issued the mission, I obtained a piece of news by chance and realized that all of you had fallen into danger, so I immediately rushed over. Now, it seems like I was a step too late. Only the soul of my disciple remains. Yin Yu was similarly in grief. Senior brother Qin Huai's personality wasn't bad, and his cultivation talent was even more exceptional. He had high hopes of breaking through to become a four-crown emperor, but she never expected to encounter this type of thing. At most, he could only save his soul, but it was impossible for him to cultivate back to his current realm. Now that things have come to this, let's save my disciple's soul and young Hua first. Li Feng walked over and said, Yin Yu, describe in detail the route young Hua took to escape. Just when Yin Yu was about to step forward and explain in detail, her arm was suddenly grabbed by a strong and large hand. She was pulled backward frantically, increasing the distance between her and Li Feng. She looked back in confusion and asked, Boss Su, what are you doing? Su Yu held her arm tightly, his expression slightly grave. Don't believe him. There is something wrong with this elder Li Feng. Yin Yu found it hard to believe. Elder Li Feng was the yin-yang elder of the Taiji sect. He had traveled thousands of miles to save them. How could he end up in such a situation? Mr. Su, maybe you misunderstood Elder Li Feng, Yin Yu said. Su Yu stared fixedly at Li Feng and did not shift his gaze away for even a moment. He then said, misunderstanding? Do you think it's such a coincidence that he rushed over at this moment? Or could it be that he had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, watching you being chased by the ancient people? Which one is more likely? Yin Yu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. It would take more than half a year to reach the Taiji sect. Could Li Feng really make it at that critical moment? Moreover, it just so happened that they were about to escape from danger and escape from the tribe of the ancient people. It was too much of a coincidence. On the other hand, the other possibility was more likely. Li Feng had been watching coldly from the side from the entrance. Thinking of this, Yin Yu shuddered. Li Feng furrowed his brows and said, You must be Mr. Su who asked about the wine, right? Although I don't know what kind of prejudice you have against me, it's best if you don't disturb my rescue of my disciple. Otherwise, I'll deal with you right now for harming the Tai Chi sect. Then, he looked at Yin Yu and said, Mr. Su's background is a mystery, and he is also very mysterious. I think the reason why you are in trouble is related to him. Come here quickly. Yin Yu's heart tightened, and she bit her lips as she took a step back, hiding half of her body behind Su Yu. It would have been better if Li Feng hadn't said such words, as after he said them, Yin Yu completely believed Su Yu's words. There was something wrong with Li Feng. Although they didn't know how Mr. Su had appeared here, it would be a pure lie to accuse Su Yu of framing them. Given her situation at that time, so what if Su Yu turned a blind eye to her? Why did he have to kill the ancient person and save her? In comparison, Li Feng's suspicions were far too great. You don't believe me? Li Feng took a step forward and asked. Yin Yu said, It's not that I don't believe you, but Mr. Su saved my life, so I can't bear to treat him as an enemy. I'm sorry. Li Feng suddenly attacked while the word sorry was still fluttering in the air. An incomparably thick chain of rules struck out from his palm and pierced through Su Yu and Yin Yu. His patience was exhausted, and a ferocious look flashed across his face. Then, let's die together. Su Yu was already prepared, and 6 chains emerged from his back, twisting together to collide with the chain of law. Su Yu hadn't recovered to the peak of the double-crown martial emperor, so he was naturally at a disadvantage when he collided with the chain of law. Fortunately, Li Feng's strength was only equivalent to the Sword Alliance Master, which was far from Fu Bingyu's level. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Su Yu took advantage of the momentum of being knocked back to retreat, holding Yin Yu in his arms. However, he didn't retreat in the direction of the entrance, but in the direction of the ancient people's tribe. Yin Yu was shocked when she saw Li Feng's true face. He wanted to kill them. That undisguised murderous aura made it impossible for Yin Yu to escape. Su Yu was right. Elder Li Feng wanted to kill them. "Ah, we're running in the wrong direction," she reminded Su Yu when she saw him flying toward the ancient people's tribe. Su Yu shook his head gravely. "There must be another trap at the entrance. We'll die if we go in." Since Li Feng wanted to kill them all, how could he allow them to escape from the ancient people's tribe? "Hey, you can actually block my attack." Li Feng was surprised. He had used the chain of law of the Four-Crown Martial Emperor, and anyone below the Four-Crown Martial Emperor level should have been annihilated. Moreover, what are those things? The chain of law. Why are there 6 of them, and they're of different colors? Su Yu didn't reply. He sped toward the ancient people's tribe, saying seriously, as a dignified yin-yang elder, "You're using your disciples as bait to explore this hidden world. Don't you feel ashamed?" Looking at the endless amount of 9-yin grass, Su Yu realized Li Feng's true motive. From the moment he issued the mission, he had been setting up a trap. Using the 3 disciples as bait, he would lure out the ancient people, then let the ancient people lead the way to this extremely secretive ancient people's tribe. Li Feng must have personally seen the ancient people use the 9-yin grass to hunt bats. He concluded that there was a hidden world in this underground world that no one knew about, and there must be a lot of 9-yin grass there. But the ancient people were very good at hiding in the dark underground world. Li Feng had not been able to catch up to the ancient people many times and discover where they were hiding. So he had done something to the disciples who accepted the mission, letting the ancient people capture them and bring them into the tribe. He could then use those senses to find the entrance to the ancient people's tribe. He had long discovered that his 3 disciples were in danger, but he had no intention of saving them. Because, rather than letting them return alive to report the details of this place to the faction, how could it be better than letting him enjoy the endless 9-yin grass alone? The best outcome would be for all 3 of them to be killed by the ancient people. But the appearance of the innate essence crystals Yang Hua first, and then Su Yu, had ruined this perfect outcome. He had no choice but to act personally and kill them. He had asked about Yang Hua's escape route, most likely to make it easier for him to kill Yang Hua, not to rescue them. Understanding this, Su Yu secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he had decided to come down personally to investigate. Otherwise, if Li Feng's plan succeeded, Yin Yu and the others would all die here, and his plan to wait for the ancient people's tribe would be completely ruined. As for the current pursuit, he could only escape into the dark forest. Once inside, he would think of a way to hide. Humph. Boss Su is very cunning. You could predict that there would be an ambush at the entrance. But so what? In this ancient people's tribe, you are like a turtle in a jar. Where can you escape to? Li Feng coldly rebuked, speeding up his pursuit. Yin Yu's heart trembled when she heard this. Was there really danger hidden at the entrance? Boss Su really had incredible foresight. The 2 of them dashed into the ancient people's tribe. They were met with a group of extremely fierce ancient people. Even Li Feng would have to be cautious when faced with such a lineup, right? As expected, Li Feng slowed down from afar, watching as Su Yu and the others dashed into the ancient people's tribe. The moment they dashed in, Su Yu enveloped the 2 of them with space energy and instantly transported them far away. They appeared at the edge of the dark forest. Li Feng was stunned. He was about to chase after them, but he was seen as a target of hatred by the ancient people. It should be known that he had killed more than 10 ancient people alone. Naturally, he was considered the greatest threat. Li Feng dodged left and right. With great difficulty, he managed to shake off the ancient people. When he looked up, Su Yu and the others had already escaped into the dark forest. Where can you escape to? Li Feng smiled disdainfully. No matter how big this hidden world was, could it be bigger than the underground world outside? In less than a day, He could search the entire dark forest. Looking at the ancient people, Li Feng was not concerned. They could not threaten him. However, he must not let those who knew about this place return to the Tai Chi faction. With a flash, Li Feng also chased into the dark forest. The strange thing was that the tens of thousands of fierce ancient people chased them to the dark forest and refused to take another step forward. They seemed to have an indescribable fear of the dark forest. In the forest, Su Yu dashed all the way. Half a day later, when he was sure that he had shaken off Li Feng, he stopped. Yin Yu looked at Su Yu deeply and bowed gratefully. "I am Yin Yu. Thank you, Boss Su, for saving me twice. I will never forget your kindness. Let's not talk about these useless things. Let's think about the situation before us," Su Yu said with a frown. In this ancient people's tribe, Li Feng, who was a four-crown emperor, was an invincible existence. How to escape from his pursuit was a big problem. Moreover, this dark forest gave him an equally uneasy feeling. To be precise, the uneasiness he had felt in the sky above the oasis came from this forest. That underground world, including the ancient people, did not give Su Yu such an uneasy feeling. Only this forest gave him an ominous feeling. This was definitely not a place to stay for long. Yin Yu muttered, "Why don't we find Yang Hua? He has self-detonated his innate origin crystal, and the power he has unleashed is extraordinary. If he joins forces with us, there might be a glimmer of hope." Su Yu shook his head without hesitation. "It's useless. The strength of the four-crown emperor cannot be compensated by numbers. He had personally killed 2 four-crown emperors, so he knew how powerful they were. It was unrealistic to expect 2 people at the peak of the 3-crown emperor to be able to contend with them. Let's go deeper and look for a suitable place to hide," Su Yu said to himself. Half a day passed. They finally arrived at the edge of the dark forest. If they went any further, they would be surrounded by nothingness. If they took another step, they would die. "Boss Su, look over there." Yin Yu noticed that there was a decaying wooden house at the edge of the forest not far away. The wooden house had long been covered by plants and had collapsed. Only one corner was barely holding on. "How about we hide there?" Yin Yu asked. Su Yu asked, "If you were Li Feng, you would have found this place to hide. Would you not check it?" Yin Yu was speechless. Li Feng would never let such an obvious place slip by. Chapter 1979. Yin Yu followed her gaze and exclaimed in a low voice, "It's Yang Hua. He's hiding here." Their conversation was not concealed, and it was transmitted into the house. With a whoosh, Yang Hua's figure appeared from within the house. His soul was still burning, and he was holding his body tightly under his armpit. "Yin Yu, it's great that you're all right." Yang Hua stepped forward in surprise and excitedly held onto Yin Yu's shoulders. Yin Yu calmly dodged and said, "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Yang Hua looked a little embarrassed. "I had intended to go back and save him, but there was no way out of this place. I ended up in a dead end." Yin Yu's face was expressionless, and she didn't respond. Yang Hua then turned to look at Su Yu in surprise. "Boss Su, what are you doing here?" His tone was rather unfriendly as he questioned Yang Ling. Yin Yu's eyes turned cold as she said, "Boss Su saved me. Do you have a problem with that?" "Him?" Yang Hua did not believe it at all. With Su Yu's single crown martial emperor realm, could he rescue her from the hands of that ancient person? But no matter what, this was not the time to be calculative. "You were also cornered, weren't you? Come in here. I have something to show you." Yang Hua stared at Su Yu as he spoke. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded. "Lead the way." He then followed Yang Hua into the wooden house. He discovered that the wooden house, which looked like it only had one corner left, was actually a different world. Most of the wooden house had collapsed, but a small part of it still remained. In the remaining corner, there were 10 statues of ancient beings. They were of different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common: they were full of ferocious energy. 9 of them had been severely damaged, and only one was still relatively intact. Looking at the statue, Su Yu's pupils shrank. He could actually feel a very weak absolute beginning energy from the statue. The statue was holding a stone hammer, and the energy emitted by the stone hammer was quite terrifying. It was no weaker than the royal dragon sword. Yin Yu's eyes flickered as she realized that the stone hammer was extraordinary. Looking at Yang Hua again, her eyes were shining with greed, but she could not get rid of a trace of fear. As you can see, this stone hammer is definitely a rare divine object. If used properly, it might even be able to contend against the ancient people outside. Yang Hua's eyes were filled with excitement. But this statue is quite strange. I've tried everything I could to take the stone hammer down. Since you're here, why don't we think of a way to take it down together? Yin Yu did not tell Yang Hua that the danger outside was no longer the ancient people, but the more dangerous Li Feng. Let me try. She stepped forward and used all of her power to forcefully remove the stone hammer. But just as Yang Hua had said, the stone hammer seemed to have grown out of the statue and could not be taken out at all. Then, he tried to bombard the statue, but it didn't move at all. This stone hammer is very strange. Yin Yu was helpless. Yang Hua's eyes were filled with disappointment. She took a look at Su Yu, then looked away expressionlessly. Even he and Fairy Yin Yu could not do it, let alone Su Yu. Mr. Su, why don't you give it a try? Perhaps this is our chance. Yin Yu was full of expectations for Su Yu. Su Yu muttered to himself irresolutely. Since Yang Hua and Yin Yu had tried it, it meant that brute force was not feasible. It would be pointless for him to try again. Then, Su Yu's heart moved slightly. He tried to imitate the ancient people's language and spoke in gibberish. Yang Hua and Yin Yu were baffled when they heard this. They could not understand him at all. But strangely, with a clattering sound, the stone hammer actually fell. Yin Yu was stunned, and so was Yang Hua. But Yin Yu's reaction was faster. She took a step forward and picked up the stone hammer, holding it tightly in her palm. Feeling the shocking power contained in the stone hammer, Yang Hua could not help but laugh loudly. Yin Yu's pretty face darkened. She shouted, "Mr. Su found a way to get it. Senior brother, quickly return it to him." Yang Hua held the stone hammer tightly and said confidently, "I found it first, so it is naturally mine." Yin Yu was slightly angry. She said, "Senior brother, don't disappoint me. Return it to Mr. Su immediately. I will still agree to Master's request." She still decided to give Yang Hua a chance. "Junior sister, whose side are you on?" Yang Hua frowned deeply. She was very displeased. Yin Yu saw that Yang Hua had no more hope. She shook her head in disappointment. "I should have known from the start that you were this kind of person." Back at Yunxiang brothel, Yang Hua had willingly drunk it. Pure Yang, who had a guilty past, should have known what kind of person Yang Hua was. Now, it was just more evidence of Yin Yu's thoughts. She could give up on the idea of marriage. Yang Hua's heart was burning with anger. It seemed that her junior sister had a good impression of this Mr. Su. "Junior sister, come over here. This Mr. Su is not a reliable person. Be careful that he does not betray you." Yang Hua tried to imbue the stone hammer with her primal power. As expected, she felt a destructive force that had been suppressed for a long time. Her heart was filled with murderous intent. There was no better time than now to avenge the fact that she had been poisoned to the ground. If she let him die here quietly, who would pursue the matter? Hearing this, Yin Yu returned to Su Yu's side without a word. Her attitude was unusually firm. Who was reliable and who was unreliable? Was there even a need to say it? Yang Hua and Su Yu had already compared each other when she was in danger. It was laughable that Yang Hua was so full of himself that he still had the face to slander someone else. Seeing the woman he loved choose to trust another man without hesitation, Yang Hua's heart was filled with anger. He had tried so hard to woo Yin Yu, but to no avail. She had never shown him any kindness. Now, she would rather trust a man whom she had only met a few times. Was there any need to pursue such a woman? An evil thought bloomed in his heart. There was no one here. If he killed Su Yu, then imprisoned Yin Yu in his cavern world and played with her for the rest of her life, who would know? The more he thought about it, the deeper the evil thought in his heart became. In the end, it turned into a glow of excitement. The dark side of his heart was revealed in this unseen place. Since junior sister would rather die than to trust an outsider, Don't blame me for using a different method to obtain you forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone hammer was activated. A terrifying sound wave appeared along with the movement of the stone hammer, sweeping toward Suyu and Yin-Yu. Suyu's expression did not change. It was as if he had already expected it. He grabbed Yin-Yu and left the decaying wooden house. Yang Hua did not manage to catch up. He was furious. Where do you think you're going? He held the stone hammer in his hand and was about to chase after them. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from the sound wave. Then, there was a mumbling sound, but it was impossible to understand what language it was. Then, Yang Hua's whole soul stiffened, and the corpse under his armpit fell to the ground silently. Within the stone hammer, a ray of emerald light slowly drilled out and entered Yang Hua's body. Then, the body slowly opened its eyes, and a pair of indifferent and contemptuous eyes suddenly shot out. Yang Hua watched helplessly as his body was occupied by a mysterious soul. He was extremely shocked, but his body was strangely unable to move, as if it was being suppressed by the stone hammer in his hand. The head of the body turned around and glanced at Yang Hua. All of a sudden, Yang Hua felt as if his soul was about to explode, and all of his memories were being flipped through. After a moment of silence, the body mumbled a few words in an indistinct language. Then, the pronunciation gradually became closer to the common language of the great beginning realm. After a few breaths, the words became clearer. The tree wants peace, but the wind never ceases. I originally wanted to wait until the end of this era and the beginning of a new era before showing myself. I didn't expect you humans to accidentally wake me up from my slumber, the body said indifferently. Yang Hua swallowed deeply and said fearfully, Sir, Senior, you are? He did not understand what the end of an era and the beginning of a new era was. The only thing he understood was that the body in front of him did not emit any hostility, but Yang Hua had the illusion that he was about to die. Me. In your words, it should be an ancestor identity similar to the ancient people. However, I prefer people to call me human demon. Human demon, a demon among humans? Yang Hua's heart was extremely cold. Just from the name, he knew that this person was not a good person. Don't be afraid. Although I used to kill for fun, I got the title of demonic human and was besieged by many star overlords. But I miss you so much after seeing you again. I won't kill you in a short time. Don't worry. Not in the short term, but in the long term. Yang Hua's heart relaxed slightly, but he could not calm the shock in his heart. He had been attacked by the so-called star overlords, so what was his strength? My current strength? It's hard to say. I wouldn't be afraid of your so-called pathmasters, but now that I'm just a remnant soul, my strength is no longer what it used to be. As for how much, I need to test it out. Your two companions can be used as test targets, but unfortunately, that silver-haired human is smarter than you. He already predicted that the stone hammer was not too good, so he did not touch the stone hammer. Otherwise, with his ability of the law of space, how could you have defeated him? If ordinary people knew that Suyu had the law of space, they would have been extremely shocked. But the human demon was very calm, as if he had met many similar people before. As he spoke, the human demon's eyes suddenly flashed. Oh! A more suitable test target has come. Using the current cultivation level of this era, it should be a 4-crown emperor. Let's go and test my strength. The human demon put his hands behind his back. He did not move at all, but he teleported with Yang Hua. Li Feng searched the dense forest for an entire day, and most of the area was searched. Just as he was about to continue searching, a strong space fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Hua, who was standing with her hands behind her back, and a person whose whole body was burning with flames walked out from it. Looking at Yang Hua, Li Feng's expression relaxed. He had found one. He smiled. Haha, so it's Yang Hua. I heard that you were in danger, so I came to find you immediately. I am relieved to see that you are fine. As he spoke, his figure suddenly flashed forward, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. It seems that you still don't know anything. That's fine. There is no pain in being a muddle-headed ghost. To prevent an accident like Suyu's escape from happening again, he used the chain of rules. He imagined that Yang Hua would be killed in an instant, But Yang Hua casually stretched out her palm and grabbed the chain of rules with her palm. The human demon commented with some interest, condensing the rules into chains. Those people on the holy mountain have not improved much, so they can't play any tricks. Chapter 1980. How was it possible to grasp the laws with one hand? The sect master couldn't possibly grab the laws with his bare hands, right? It should be known that the laws were existences that existed between reality and illusion. They were projections of the laws of heaven and earth, so how could they possibly be grasped by others? Li Feng suddenly jerked, wanting to retract his laws. However, the chains remained in his opponent's hand without budging an inch. You are not Yang Hua. Who are you? Li Feng finally realized something was wrong. The human demon looked up. Me? You probably don't need to know who I am. Then, with a flick of his finger, he flicked it back. Li Feng's heart stirred, and he retracted his laws. However, he did not expect that the chains would carry with them an unparalleled force, and he was actually unable to stop their momentum. With a mournful howl, Li Feng's body was smashed into pieces by his own chains. To be more precise, his soul was smashed together with his body. A hint of disappointment flashed across the human demon's eyes, and he shook his head. The current 4 Crown Emperor warriors are too weak. But, I've barely managed to test out my remaining strength. I'm probably at the peak of 5 Crown Emperor warriors. Although I'm not as strong as your Daoist master, there shouldn't be anyone below the Daoist master who can match me. Yang Hua swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The one in front of him was a 4 Crown Emperor, yet he could kill him with a flick of a finger. Yang Hua did not doubt that he had the strength of a peak 5 Crown Emperor. This time, Yang Hua started to feel anxious. After the test of strength, would it be his turn to be dealt with next? Don't be afraid. The demon's eyes were extremely penetrating, as if he could see through Yang Hua's heart. He said, I'm just a remnant soul that needs to rest occasionally. That's why I need someone I can trust to guard me. You're very suitable, so I won't do anything to you in the short term. This was the second time he mentioned the word in a short period of time. In other words, with the human demon's murderous nature, there was no guarantee that he would be safe for a long time. But Yang Hua didn't have the right to choose. She said, many thanks for Senior's appreciation, but my strength is weak. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Of course you're not qualified. With that little ability of yours, who can you stop? The human demon did not mind and said, during this time, I will guide your cultivation. At the very least, you need to raise your cultivation to the level of a 4 Crown Emperor. Hearing this, Yang Hua's heart skipped a beat. 4 Crown Emperor. He dreamed about it even in his dreams. According to his plan, it would take at least another 300 years. Dare I ask Senior Human Demon, how long will it take? Yang Hua asked expectantly. She realized that encountering the human demon might not be a bad thing. How long? A few years, Human Devil said casually. Yang Hua's pupils constricted. Just a few years. The shock in his heart could be imagined. Thank you, Senior, thank you. Yang Hua was extremely excited. At this moment, she was even a little grateful that Su Yu had not snatched the stone hammer. Otherwise, such a great opportunity would not have fallen into his lap. He didn't know that the corner of the human demon's mouth curled up in disdain. The heavenly Tao is eternal. Forcefully increasing one's cultivation in a short period of time was bound to come at a terrible price. Given the demonic human's personality, he didn't seem like someone who would patiently nurture others. Hee. The human demon chuckled, let's go and see my descendants who have degenerated into savages. Su Yu hugged Yin and ran toward the cliff. After he opened the passageway, he discovered that there was indeed a formation that had been set up temporarily. The formation was set up in a hurry, so it was not a powerful offensive formation, but a trapping formation that could trap people. Yin Yu was secretly impressed. Fortunately, Su Yu had foresight and predicted that there would be an ambush. If she had entered without knowing what was going on and fallen into the trapping formation, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Su Yu opened his mouth and spat out a double-crown divine level true fire. It burned for 10 breaths' time before the ancient formation was extinguished. Without any more obstacles, Su Yu and Yin Yu rushed out of the underground world without hesitation. From the beginning to the end, Su Yu did not look back, nor did he miss the countless 9 yin herbs. Because just now, he had a strong premonition of unease. It was the stone hammer. Something extremely dangerous must have been born. The two crossed the Sea of Death and returned to Taiji City half a year later. Along the way, Yin Yu was extremely grateful to Su Yu and took the initiative to chat with him. They were now very familiar with each other. Boss Su, Yin Yu said, I will return to thank you another day, she said. I need to return to my master and explain what happened in the underground world. 2 disciples had disappeared one after another. As a companion, Yin Yu needed to clarify the matter. Su Yu opened his mouth, reminding her to hide the 9 yin herbs. With how much the Taiji faction valued the 9 yin herbs, they would immediately send strong fighters to exterminate the ancient tribe. If they encountered that dangerous thing, it would bring them great trouble. But the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. As an outsider, his words did not carry much weight. He could not stop the Taiji faction. Yin Yu could not say anything, but the Taiji faction would definitely search the souls of the 2 missing disciples. They would have a way to find out what happened inside. Moreover, there was still Li Feng and Yang Hua. He could shut Yin Yu's mouth, but could he shut them up? Boss Su, what do you want to say? Yin Yu asked. Su Yu shook his head. Nothing, take care. He returned to Wenzhou alone. There was no one in the front hall, but Mo Xiaochai was in the back hall, guiding Huangfu Liuyang's training. What was even more shocking was that Huangfu Liuyang's cultivation base had improved significantly in just a year. He was already a late-stage double-crown divine warrior, but his aura had reached its peak. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the triple-crown divine warrior. Su Yu's eyes flickered. This Mo Xiaochai must have taken a fancy to Huangfu Liuyang. She looked muddle-headed, but she was actually very shrewd. It was just that she was very good at hiding it. Brother Su, you are back? Huangfu Liuyang was excited. He stopped his training and quickly stepped forward. Su Yu nodded. I was lucky to escape. Mo Xiaochai also walked over. Congratulations. She clenched her fists and rubbed her teeth. Although she was congratulating Su Yu, her eyes were filled with unwillingness and disappointment. Su Yu's face twitched. He had returned alive, but Mo Xiaochai could not divide his assets. Su Yu understood this, but there was no need to be so obvious. Brother Su, did you meet with danger? Su Yu nodded. Yes, it's a long story. I will go into seclusion to deal with the 9 yin grass I obtained. I will tell you in detail when I come out. Okay. Huangfu Liuyang was delighted to know that Su Yu had obtained the 9 yin grass. Su Yu entered the secret room. After ensuring that the outside world could not see, he took out a large field of 9 yin grass. There were 100 of them. Su Yu was more interested in the seeds. After carefully peeling off all the seeds, he brought them into the 9 jade spiritual pearl and planted them in the nursery. The 9 yin grass only needed 3 years to mature. Based on the nursery's speed, it would only take 2 years in the outside world for the 9 yin grass to fully mature. After planting it, Su Yu found thousands of shoots. He felt relieved and went to the side of Xiao Dai's cocoon. Compared to the past, the little butterfly cocoon was now golden in color and emitted bursts of light from within. A slender, tall, and graceful figure of a woman could be faintly seen. Is her 4th evolution about to succeed? Su Yu was secretly looking forward to it. It looked like Xiao Dai would mature a little more. From a caterpillar to a butterfly, then to a young girl. Now, she was probably an adult. After watching for a while, Su Yu returned to the outside world. After thinking for a while, Su Yu entered the Taishu Shen Palace and looked for objects with abundant absolute beginning energy. He used the ancient lamp on his chest to project an image of the Pathmaster's lecture. He listened attentively, his mind clear. Many of the doubts in his mind were suddenly cleared. After a long time, the projection turned into crumbling light spots and fused into his soul. Another faint golden light spot formed. This was the soul path fragment. In recent years, every time he listened to the Pathmaster's lecture, he would receive a soul path fragment. Now, it could be clearly seen that there were 10 fragments on Su Yu's soul. After leaving the Taishu Shen Palace, several days had passed in the outside world. With a glance, he found that the 9 yin grass in the 9 jade spiritual pearl had all matured. There were tens of thousands of 9 yin grass, and because they were the purest wild seeds, the 9 yin grass that grew was very pure. It was the best main ingredient for refining the 9 yin elixir. He could start refining the 9 yin elixir now. He came out of isolation. Huangfu Liang was meditating in the back hall. When he saw Su Yu come out, he could not help but ask with concern if Su Yu was injured. Su Yu smiled and told him what had happened that day. Huangfu Liang was dumbfounded. "Brother Su, it's a blessing that you can come back." Huangfu Liang sighed. He thought that if he had been in Su Yu's shoes, he would not have been able to escape even if he had 10 lives. Su Yu calmly said, "Since you are fine, there is no need to talk further. Let's prepare to make the 9 yin elixir." This was what Huangfu Liang was looking forward to the most. How many 9 yin grass did Brother Su bring back? Did you get more than 100? If there were 100, he should be able to get 2 9 yin elixirs. 100 should be more than that. Su Yu froze. Huangfu Liang was excited. Could it be 200? Su Yu was speechless. He could not blame Huangfu Liang for not guessing too much. The 9 yin grass was rare in the past. It was hard to find one, much less hundreds. More than 200. There should be more than 10,000. Huangfu Liang was petrified, stuttering, "More, 10,000? Yes, that's about it. It should be enough for us to make 209 yin elixirs," Su Yu muttered. But the cost of the supplementary ingredients is an astronomical figure. There were more than 10,000 types of supplementary ingredients for the 9 yin elixir, and they were all expensive ones. One portion of the supplementary ingredients for the 9 yin elixir would cost at least 300 million. Based on the probability of one portion out of 50, one 9 yin elixir would cost 15 billion. In the year that Su Yu had left, Huangfu Liang had bought another 100 billion. Adding up to 300 billion, they could only make 29 yin elixirs. The two of them calculated and smiled bitterly. They realized that they had enough 9 yin grass, but money was a hindrance. "What? You have 10,000 9 yin grass?" It was unknown where Mo Xiao Chai had come from. She anxiously rushed over from afar. Her eyes were filled with an aghast look. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, what do you plan to do? Can I rob you?" Mo Xiao Chai rubbed her palms, her face filled with excitement. "No." Su Yu and Huangfu Liang said in unison. Mo Xiao Chai curled her lips. Chapter 1981. "Tell me about it," Su Yu said. Mo Xiao Chai seemed to be fooling around, but she was sincerely helping them. Mo Xiao Chai laughed. "It's simple. Sell the 9 yin herbs to the Tai Chi faction, and they will provide the supplementary materials. How about that? Of course, both of you have to give me a commission, since I'm the middleman." Huangfu Liang covered his face in pain. How painful was it to have such a greedy wife? "No problem," Su Yu said generously. "If you can negotiate, I'll give you a commission." "I'll give you 1 9 yin herb for every 100 we get," Su Yu said generously. He did not lack 9 yin herbs at the moment. If he planted this batch of seeds, he could probably grow tens of millions of them. "It's true." Mo Xiao Chai was pleasantly surprised. She jumped 3 feet high and danced with joy. A stalk of 9 yin grass was worth 2 billion. "Give it all to me. I guarantee that the Tai Chi faction will buy as many as you have." Mo Xiao Chai rushed back to the Tai Chi faction to discuss with the faction master. Su Yu and Huangfu Liang went to a shop in Tai Chi City to look for an elixir furnace. Considering that the refining process of the 9 yin elixir was complicated, an elixir furnace of a higher grade was needed. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to buy the elixir furnace we need in an ordinary shop," Su Yu said. With his experience in refining elixirs, even a top-grade true Emperor Divine weapon could not last until the end of such a complicated refining process. It would often be destroyed by the continuous elixir fire during the refining process. "That's simple," Huangfu Liang said. "There's a true jade store in Tai Chi City. It has many rare items, including a top-grade elixir furnace. Su Yu nodded and went to the True Jade store. Su Yu had heard of this store. It was said that it had a high threshold and was not open to just anyone. Usually, they would only receive people of status. When the disciples of the Tai Chi faction arrived, the people inside ignored them. Therefore, the interior of the huge shop was cold and cheerless. When Su Yu and Huangfu Liang arrived, the two maids at the door immediately looked pleasantly surprised, coming forward to welcome them. "Boss Su, your presence brings light to our humble house. Shopkeeper Huangfu, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you only here now?" The two of them were now well-known tycoons in Tai Chi City, with assets of more than 100 billion. Even the slightest bit of his finger was enough for an ordinary martial artist to benefit from for a lifetime. In terms of wealth, most of the yin and yang elders of the Taiji sect could not compare. Perhaps only the Earth Elder could compare. Therefore, there was no one in the city who did not know the two of them, unless they had a problem with money. Su Yu was still fine, but Huangfu Liang was overwhelmed by the favor. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about such a luxurious shop like the Pure Jade Hall. Now, he had become a member of the upper class of Taiji City. The huge difference between before and after was enough to make one sigh with emotion. "Mr. Su, you've come at the right time. Recently, the Zhenkui Hall is holding a small exhibition. There are many rare items on display. I hope you'll like some of them." Su Yu didn't think much of it. Luxurious shops like this one usually didn't make much noise, and they were always sold in the form of exhibitions. Now, he was probably just taking out a few more things to display. Entering the shop, there were many exquisite display cabinets on both sides of the shop, and both sides of the display cabinets were filled with a dazzling array of rare treasures. There were many things that Su Yu could not help but look at with interest. For example, there was something called the Acquired Origin Crystal. Su Yu had already seen the Innate Origin Crystal from Yang Hua, but the Acquired Origin Crystal was a synthetic imitation. Its effects were naturally not as good as the Innate Origin Crystal, and it was even inferior to the lowest grade of Innate Origin Crystal. But that was only for the strong martial artists who had hopes of becoming Triple Crown Divine Warriors. For many who found it difficult to become Divine Warriors of Heaven and Earth, the Acquired Origin Crystal was a divine item that could change one's destiny. If it was transplanted into one's body, it could subtly help one break through to become a Double Crown Divine Warrior. Such Acquired Origin Crystals could only be possessed by flourishing 5-star civilizations and above. How much for this item? Su Yu did not need the Acquired Origin Crystal, but his old friends from the Dark Star civilization needed it. Many of them did not have much talent for cultivation, and some were even unable to cultivate. If it was transplanted into them, it was believed that a large number of divine warriors of heaven and earth would appear in the near future. The servant said enthusiastically, 100 million divine stones for one. 100 million? That was too high. Many Triple Crown Divine Warriors' lifetime savings did not even amount to 100 million divine stones. But the rarer an item was, the more valuable it was. For many who could not break through to become divine warriors of heaven and earth, the price could not be measured. "How much do you have in stock?" "I'll take it all," Su Yu calmly said. The servant gasped, and carefully said, "Boss Su, we still have 2,000 in stock. If Boss Su needs it, you can buy it in moderation." Perhaps Boss Su thought that there were only a few Acquired Origin Crystals. The servant thought to herself. But Su Yu calmly said, "Yes, I'll take it all." "What?" The servant was stunned. "Take it all, can't I?" Su Yu asked. The servant came back to her senses, and her heart trembled. What did it mean to be inhumane? She had finally seen it today. A transaction of 200 billion was done without bargaining. "Boss Su, please wait a moment. Such a large transaction requires our boss to personally handle it." Soon, a middle-stage divine warrior of 4 crown divine warriors walked over with a smile. He cupped his fists from afar and said, "Boss Su, welcome. I apologize for not going out to meet you." Su Yu calmly smiled and returned the greeting. "If we can complete this transaction now, we might as well complete it now." Boss Peng was overjoyed. A transaction of 200 billion was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Boss Su, You are a generous man, and we are doing business on the same street. I'll give you a 10% discount. Boss Peng took out a space storage device, which contained 2,000 acquired origin crystals. Su Yu readily took out a bag of money worth 180 billion divine stones. The two completed the transaction just like that, and the servant girl's eyes widened as they watched. Such a shocking transaction was completed so easily. It was really amazing. Boss Peng was in a good mood, and he was much more enthusiastic towards Su Yu. He said, "Boss Su, please come in. There are more extraordinary things in the display cabinets inside." Under his guidance, they entered the depths of the Zhenkui store. There were several figures there, and they looked like the yin-yang elders of the Tai Chi faction. They were all looking at the items in the display cabinets. "Boss Peng, can you make this fire dragon cheaper?" Ying Fengxiao stopped in front of a display cabinet made of jade. A struggling fire dragon was sealed in the cabinet. It seemed to be at the level of a divine warrior of 2 crown divine warriors, and its whole body was covered in layers of flames. Ying Fengxiao was invited to have a look with a few elders. When he first saw the fire dragon, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, upon closer inspection, he was excited to find that this fire dragon was actually a divine dragon of the later stage of the divine warrior of 4 crown divine warriors, whose cultivation had fallen. This discovery made him extremely happy. What made him the happiest was that the Zhenkui store, due to their carelessness, did not discover the uniqueness of this fire dragon, and it was sold at the price of an ordinary divine warrior fire dragon. The asking price was 1 billion. He had 10 billion on him, but suddenly spending 1 billion made Ying Fengxiao's heart ache. He bargained with the servant girl in charge of the display cabinet for a long time, but to no avail. Suddenly, he noticed that Boss Peng, who was usually elusive, had appeared. Everyone said that Boss Peng was generous and easy to talk to. Now that he had the chance to meet him, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Boss Peng was showing Su Yu around with great interest. When he heard Su Yu's call, he turned his head and said impatiently, "Fine, I'll pay you 100 million less." He was too lazy to deal with this kind of poor yin-yang elder. Ying Fengxiao was overjoyed, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Boss Peng." Then, he said to the servant girl, "Let's trade now." The servant girl had no choice but to open the door of the store, ready to complete the trade. "Wait." Suddenly, Su Yu walked over, his gaze fixed on the fire dragon in the display cabinet. His eyes were filled with vigilance. He had noticed Ying Fengxiao at first, but when he glanced at the fire dragon he wanted to buy, he felt it looked familiar. After carefully sensing its aura, he remembered who he was. In the ruins of the Dayu Empire, the fire dragon that had snuck in had forced the evil dragon to hand over the evil dragon Bible, which had benefited Su Yu in the end. After that, it had been injured by Su Yu and escaped without a trace. Su Yu had almost forgotten about it. Who would have thought that he would encounter it in such a place, and it had even become an item on display. "Why, Boss Su, are you interested in this fire dragon?" Boss Peng asked in surprise. Su Yu nodded lightly. "Yes, I have seen this fire dragon before." "Hey!" Boss Peng was surprised. He carefully examined the fire dragon and found that the level of the fire dragon was a little abnormal. After a while, he looked surprised. A true dragon whose level had dropped from the late stage of the 4-crown divine warrior? Ying Fengxiao's face sank. He had been about to buy it, but Boss Peng had found out. It was impossible to buy it for a few 100 million now. Looking at the label, Boss Peng's face sank. Who appraised this? Fire that appraiser. In fact, that appraiser had been wronged. He was only a 3-crown divine warrior. How could he have detected the true level of the fire dragon? Then, Boss Peng said to Ying Fengxiao, "If Elder Ying wants it, how about 10 billion? A true dragon at the late stage of the 4-crown divine warrior was indeed worth the price. 10 billion, Ying Fengxiao's face stiffened. How could he afford it? "If Elder Ying doesn't want it, I'll take it," Su Yu said. The fire dragon's current level might be useless to Su Yu, but its identity as a dragon was very useful. Especially the evil dragon Bible. Su Yu's cultivation of this scripture had reached a bottleneck because of the lack of dragon blood in his body. If he could extract the blood of a true dragon from this fire dragon, He might be able to make a breakthrough in the evil dragon Bible. Boss Peng looked at Su Yu and immediately smiled. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Haha, it's just 10 billion. It would be a joke if Boss Su were to pay for it. Since Boss Su likes it, I'll give it to you as a gift. There's no need to pay for it. Beside him, Ying Fengxiao had mixed feelings. The young man that he had looked down on in the past had now become a heaven master. Boss Peng would rather give something worth 10 billion to Su Yu for free than sell it to him. Chapter 1982. Come, wrap up the real dragon and give it to Boss Su, Boss Peng said quickly, ignoring Ying Fengxiao. Ying Fengxiao's face turned green and purple. He felt humiliated, so he left with a light snort. Boss Peng didn't mind. He was just a yin-yang elder. Thank you, Boss Peng, Su Yu said. It would be rude not to buy something decent after receiving such a favor. I need a superior elixir furnace. Do you have any recommendations? Boss Peng stroked his beard and said, elixir furnace. What kind of superior technique are you talking about? There were many grades of elixir furnaces. What was superior in the eyes of ordinary people was just an ordinary grade in the eyes of alchemy masters. The best you have here, of course, Su Yu said. Thus, Boss Peng revealed a deep smile on his face again. Haha, could it be that Boss Su has some inside information and has come here specially? Oh, what do you mean? Su Yu was surprised. Boss Peng chuckled and revealed a meaningful expression. Recently, our True Essence store accidentally received a top-notch alchemy furnace from another 5-star civilization. I originally planned to keep this alchemy furnace as the treasure of the store and sell it a few days later. However, I didn't expect Boss Su to be so well informed and come to investigate in advance. Su Yu was stunned. What a coincidence. What kind of elixir furnace could catch Boss Peng's eye and become the store's treasure? Su Yu was curious. With the collection of the Zhenqi store, even an ordinary true Emperor divine weapon would not be qualified to become the store's treasure. If a 4-crowned Emperor level fire dragon could be given to Su Yu so casually, that elixir furnace must be extraordinary. Haha, that elixir furnace is indeed extraordinary. It is a doctrine artifact fairy embryo. Boss Peng's eyes shone. Doctrine artifact fairy embryo? Su Yu's pupils shrank. He was shocked. You received such a thing. The so-called doctrine artifact fairy embryo was the embryo of a pathmaster when crafting a doctrine artifact. It contained the pathmaster's lifelong great path. Normally, after a pathmaster created a fairy embryo, he would continue to craft it until it became a doctrine artifact. Only in rare cases would a doctrine artifact fairy embryo be left behind. For example, the pathmaster suddenly died, or voluntarily gave up on the fairy embryo, but the probability of this happening was almost negligible. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Dao artifact immortal embryos that existed in the world were even rarer than Dao artifacts. On the other hand, only the Dao master himself could use a Dao artifact. If an outsider obtained it, it would be useless and would not even be able to display its basic effects. However, the Dao artifact immortal embryo had 1% of the power of a Dao artifact. Because it had not taken shape yet, anyone could use it. One could imagine how shocking the value of a Dao artifact immortal embryo was. If it appeared in the present world, even 5 crown emperors would fight to the death over it. Haha, don't be too surprised, Mr. Su. It's really a complete Dao artifact immortal embryo. How could our little Purity Jade Hall get it? Even if I get it, I wouldn't dare to keep it. Boss Peng said meaningfully. Only then did Su Yu feel relieved. So it was a flawed Dao artifact immortal embryo. Since Mr. Su is interested, please follow me to have a look, Boss Peng said with a smile. He then led Su Yu into a secret room that was covered with layers of seals. Outside the secret room, there were 10 3-crown emperors and 1 4-crown emperors in the early stage standing guard. Under such heavy defenses, unless it was a late stage 4-crown emperor or above, it would be very difficult for them to succeed. Separated by several layers of seals, Su Yu saw the fairy embryo of the doctrine artifact. What left him greatly disappointed was that the base of the immortal embryo was cracked open. There was an incomparably large defect that couldn't be refined into pills at all. With such a cauldron, how could one refine pills? Boss Peng noticed Su Yu's expression and said sheepishly, "Don't underestimate it, Boss Su. Although it's an incomplete fairy artifact, part of its functions are still intact. For example, this elixir furnace can release extremely terrifying flames at will. According to my speculation, it must have been refined by a pathmaster who achieved the path of fire." Su Yu was unmoved. If he could not make elixirs, what was the point of having elixir fire? "I need to refine elixirs recently, so..." Su Yu was about to refuse when a vague, unfamiliar, and cold voice suddenly came from the 9-jade spiritual pearl. "Idiot, that's definitely a good item that's worth more than the fairy embryo of a Taoist artifact. Hurry up and buy it." This voice. Apart from Little Butterfly, there was no one else in the 9-jade spiritual pearl, right? It's her. Not long ago, Little Butterfly was still in a state of evolution, but now she has awakened. He stared at the Tao treasure immortal embryo again. He really couldn't see what use it had. However, Little Butterfly was most sensitive to treasures. She said it was a good item that was worth more than the Tao treasure immortal embryo, so it couldn't be wrong. Su Yu's eyes turned slightly as he continued, "So, this cauldron might not be of much use to me." When Boss Peng heard that Su Yu wanted to refine elixirs, he knew the deal was off. He said, "It doesn't matter. I believe there aren't many people who can use this item." However, Su Yu's tone changed. "However, since it's a Tao treasure immortal embryo, I'm very curious about it. I want to take it back and study it." "Boss Peng, how much do you want?" "I'll buy it." Boss Peng was instantly delighted. He had been worried when he received the incomplete Tao treasure immortal embryo, and he had no confidence that he could sell it. After all, it was only left with elixir fire, which was useless. Even if someone wanted it, he wasn't sure if he could sell it for a suitable price. Boss Peng was overjoyed when he heard Su Yu buy it so generously. "Haha, Boss Su, you didn't even ask for the price, but you already bought it. Such generosity is rare even in the Tai Chi civilization. I admire you." Boss Peng praised. Su Yu smiled calmly. "Boss Peng, please state your price." Boss Peng thought for a moment and said, "How about 300 billion, 300 billion? Such a high price was enough to make everyone below the 5-crown emperor give up on the idea of buying it." "Sure." Su Yu agreed without hesitation. Boss Peng laughed inwardly. The other party didn't even state a price, which showed how rich Su Yu was. "However, I don't have that many divine stones. Can I exchange it with the Taishu unique to my wine?" Su Yu asked. Bartering was a common method in the world of cultivation. Boss Peng pondered for a moment, then agreed immediately. "No problem." What was the Taishu? It was the hard currency that 100,000 people competed for every time. The current price had been raised to 60 million divine stones. Only 5,000 taishu could be sold for a high price of 300 billion. 50 pots of taishu can be sold for 300 billion, Su Yu said. Boss Peng agreed immediately. "Deal." Su Yu nodded and said, "As the saying goes, rare goods are worth hoarding. Please handle it properly, Boss Peng." "Haha, rest assured, Boss Su. We're all businessmen. How can I not understand this? I'm like Boss Su, only selling 3 pots a month." Boss Peng laughed evilly. He could foresee that in the next year, the price of the taishu would skyrocket, and the final sale of the divine stones would be more than 300 billion. This was a great deal. After the transaction was completed, Su Yu took the holy artifact embryo and bid farewell to Boss Peng. Boss Peng watched Su Yu leave. He touched the taishu in the storage space and chuckled. Young people don't know how to do business after all, haha. Su Yu and Huangfu Liang returned to Wenzhou. After giving some instructions, he immediately entered the secret room. Su Yu brought the holy artifact embryo into the 9-jade spiritual pearl and came to the side of the cottage. Little Butterfly was still evolving. Her enchanting and graceful body was faintly discernible in the flickering golden light. "Rogue." A mature, cold, and gentle voice came from the cocoon. Su Yu touched his nose. "Let's get down to business. I didn't spend any divine stones on this broken holy artifact embryo. You have to tell me, how is it different?" Who said this is a broken holy artifact embryo? This is a complete holy artifact embryo. Su Yu was stunned. How could such a broken holy artifact embryo be complete? This is called the groundbreaking furnace. Its opposite is the crippling heaven cauldron. They are both famous holy artifact embryos. Little Butterfly said with slight disdain. All right, I sensed the treasure awakening in time. Otherwise, you would have missed such a great thing. Groundbreaking furnace? A holy artifact. The way of heaven takes away surpluses and makes up for deficiencies. If a holy artifact is too perfect, it will incur the jealousy of the way of heaven and be destroyed. Therefore, a clever pathmaster would destroy a part of the holy artifact embryo if he discovered that the holy artifact embryo he refined was too heaven-defying and attracted the way of heaven. Only then could he successfully condense it into a holy artifact. The thing in front of you is the famous groundbreaking furnace. It should have been refined by a pathmaster who cultivated elixirs. However, for some unknown reason, he gave up halfway and did not continue refining it. Unlike what Boss Peng had said, Little Butterfly was very sure that this item was refined by a pathmaster who cultivated elixirs. Is this item used to refine elixirs? Su Yu asked. Little Butterfly thought for a moment. You could say that. What do you mean? Su Yu could tell that it was not as simple as refining elixirs. To be precise, the elixirs refined by the groundbreaking furnace are somewhat different. Usually, it uses the sun, the moon, and the stars to refine certain powerful elixirs. Using ordinary materials to refine them is a reckless waste of God's gift. Using the sun, the moon, and the stars to refine? It was impossible to say how much essence a sun, moon, and star contained, but it was certain that they were extremely huge. How terrifying would the elixirs refined be? However, Su Yu did not have the ability to refine the sun, moon, and stars for the time being. How should I use this item? With such a huge defect at the bottom, it can't be used to refine elixirs, can it? Su Yu asked. Little Butterfly was very familiar with this item. She said, it's very simple. Just mend the defect. Mend? It was easier said than done. This was refined by a pathmaster using his own path. What could mend it? Can't that silver fruit condensed from the heavenly orchid silver bamboo do the trick? Silver fruit. Su Yu's heart shook. A silver fruit immediately appeared in his palm. He had not used this fruit to absorb the enemy's attack for a long time. He had almost forgotten about it. Little Butterfly still remembered it. What exactly is this thing? Su Yu asked curiously. In fact, he had paid attention to the heavenly orchid silver bamboos. However, no matter how he cultivated them, they could not produce a similar silver fruit. Little Butterfly shook her head lightly. I don't really understand it, but with my ability, I can't bite through this silver fruit. Chapter 1983. He couldn't help but look at it again, his eyes filled with amazement. You can seal it at the damaged area of the earthbreak furnace. That way, you can completely fill up the hole, Xiao Dai said. Su Yu tried to stuff the silver fruit into the furnace. Sure enough, the bottom of the furnace was blocked, so he didn't have to worry about losing the elixir liquid in the furnace when he was refining elixirs. How do I operate the quasi-earth furnace? Su Yu asked, deep in thought. Since this item was a complete Dao artifact immortal embryo, then the method to control it was definitely not an ordinary method. Otherwise, with Boss Peng's shrewdness, he would have discovered that this item was definitely not incomplete. The unique characteristic of the earth-breaking furnace is that when it is in an incomplete state, it will only be able to display 1% of its power. However, when it is in a complete state, it will display its full power. Of course, the strength of the user will also be taken into consideration. Try to activate it, and you will know how much of its power you can display. So that was how it was. Thank you for telling me. There's no need to thank me. I'll be able to break out of the cocoon in a few years. Just prepare a delicious meal. Su Yu smiled. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Little Butterfly would definitely be satisfied if he could bring something from the Taishu Mystic Palace that contained primordial qi. After his soul returned to his body, Su Yu impatiently activated the earth furnace. Great desolate energy poured into it, and a fierce pill flame immediately appeared below the earth shortage cauldron. Soon, the earth shortage cauldron turned bright red. At the same time, several layers of extremely complicated power of laws appeared in the earth scarlet cauldron, lingering in the cauldron for a long time. That strand of law was exceptionally terrifying, completely different from the usual law chains. In comparison, the chains of laws were not even 1/10,000th of the laws in the pill furnace. Could that be the path that the Pathmaster condensed in the fairy embryo of the Tao artifact? Su Yu was shocked. This was merely a trace of the Tao Master's Tao. If the real Tao Master appeared, he could casually release a trace of Tao, and any emperor would be like a speck of dust, instantly destroyed. I wonder what's so special about this whiff of path when it comes to refining elixirs, Su Yu speculated. However, Mo Xiaochai still hadn't returned from the Taiji sect. Presumably, she was still discussing the matter of exchanging the yin-yang grass with the Taiji sect's sect master. After withdrawing the desolate power, the earth quasi-furnace gradually cooled down and Su Yu put it away. Then, with a thought, he took out a small, fiery red dragon covered in seals and revealed a faint smile. "How have you been, true immortal fire dragon?" The red fire dragon's eyes were filled with resentment. It was all thanks to Su Yu that it had ended up in such a state. In the past, when he was in the ruins of the Dayu dynasty, he fell into Su Yu's trap and swallowed a drop of dragon beard grass that had been tempered with Luo deity's tears. As a result, he was poisoned and had no choice but to flee from the Dayu dynasty. He hid in another 3-star civilization and secretly healed his injuries. Who knew that he would run into a bounty hunter who accidentally discovered him and launched a 10-year hunt for him? In the end, true immortal fire dragon was no match for the bounty hunter because of the Luotian tears. He fell into the hands of the bounty hunter and was sold to a merchant. Later, it changed hands several times and ended up in the hands of the true Jade Hall. It hated Su Yu to the core. He had already obtained the evil dragon holy scripture, and as long as he could find a quiet place to cultivate, he would be able to recover to the peak of his cultivation sooner or later. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm and become the new dragon monarch. But what was the result? Because of Su Yu's interference, the evil dragon Bible had been lost, and he had even ended up being imprisoned. What infuriated it even more was that it had been sold to Su Yu in the end. Su Yu, true immortal fire dragon, growled in a low voice, his eyes filled with resentment. Su Yu laughed coldly. This true immortal fire dragon was sinister and vicious. Su Yu had almost died at his hands in the ruins of the Dayu Empire. "You probably haven't figured out your current situation," Su Yu said calmly. He pointed at a seal casually, releasing a stimulating energy from within. True immortal fire dragon was immediately in extreme pain. His whole body trembled as he begged for mercy. "Stop. Please stop." Su Yu retracted his finger and said calmly, "Now that you've fallen into my hands, you should be thinking about how you're going to die instead of thinking about revenge." Su Yu had no sympathy for true immortal fire dragon. "Hand over the dragon blood, and I can spare your life for now. Otherwise, I'll take your life immediately, and then I'll take the dragon blood," Su Yu shouted. True immortal fire dragon's heart was filled with hatred. But just as Su Yu had said, his life and death were all in Su Yu's hands. "Here." True immortal fire dragon opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of pure dragon blood. Su Yu was delighted. He grabbed the blood from afar and sent it into his body. At once, the surface of his body involuntarily burned with an even more ferocious true dragon divine fire. This was the result of the sudden increase in dragon blood. The amount of dragon blood in his body was more than twice as much as before. Su Yu believed that if he held the royal power dragon sword, he would be able to unleash an even greater power. "You did well. Rest well," Su Yu said calmly. He kept the fire dragon and flipped open the evil dragon Bible. He had only cultivated the first stage, nirvana of the evil dragon, to the early stages. Without the dragon blood, he was unable to cultivate further. This was his chance. Closing his eyes, he immediately began to cultivate the nirvana of the evil dragon. After half a year, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He slammed his hands on the ground, and his whole body turned into a giant black dragon that danced in the air. Its long tail slapped the air, creating an ear-piercing explosion. Soon after, the giant dragon returned to his body. Suyu's eyes were filled with excitement. The Evil Dragon Bible is indeed amazing. Just cultivating the first stage to the middle stage, and my physique has already reached the early stage of a four-crown emperor. If I had this physique before, I would not have needed 3 years to kill the ice dragon worm that Fu Bingyu transformed into. Of course, it was still not enough to defeat a four-crown emperor with just his physique. But if he encountered a four-crown emperor like Li Feng again, he would no longer need to run. It would not be easy for the other party to defeat him. The trip to the authentic cutting store had been fruitful. Not only had he traded the worthless Taishu for a doctrine artifact fairy embryo, he had also obtained true immortal fire dragon, which had greatly increased the strength of his physique. Phew! Suyu let out a breath of turbid air and opened the stone door. What he lacked the most now was his cultivation level. He wondered how the discussion between Mo Xiaochai and the Tai Chi faction master was going. Sensing that Mo Xiaochai's aura was in the back hall, Suyu immediately teleported over. But Mo Xiaochai was holding her chin with both of her hands, and her face was full of bitterness. Huangfu Liang massaged her shoulders gently. "My wife, if you don't want to trade, then don't trade. We will find a way to refine the 9-yin elixir ourselves. But I feel wronged. That old bastard forgets his morals at the sight of profit. I treated him so well in the past, but he's not even willing to help me with such a small matter." It seemed like the exchange of the yin-yang herb for the supplementary materials had failed. Suyu sighed slightly when he heard this. It was not as easy as she had imagined. Seeing Suyu walk over, Mo Xiaochai could not bear to lose face. "Here, I have only brought you 100 sets of supplementary materials." She placed the space storage device that was filled with supplementary materials on the table, then left in a flash. It seemed like she was too embarrassed to stay. Huangfu Liang sighed. As he looked at the 100 sets of supplementary materials, a gentle look flashed across his eyes. Is the Tai Chi faction refusing to trade because they are preparing to exploit the underground world of the ancient people's tribe? Suyu asked. Huangfu Liang sighed deeply. That's right. Originally, the Tai Chi faction master had the intention to trade. But when Fairy Yin Yu reported the situation of the ancient people's tribe and found out that there were countless 9-yin herbs inside, he immediately changed his mind. It was as expected. Could she have stolen these 100 sets of supplementary materials? Suyu asked. Huangfu Liang smiled bitterly. Since the Tai Chi faction master rejected Mo Xiaochai, he would naturally start to guard against her. How could it be so easy to steal them? Then these are, she bought them with her private savings. Suyu was slightly startled. Mo Xiaochai, who valued money as much as her life, would use her private savings. It seemed like she felt very apologetic. Suyu sighed inwardly. Mo Xiaochai was indeed not as unconventional as she seemed. She had a kind side to her. If you can contact her, please thank her for me. We will find a way to get the supplementary materials. Suyu frowned slightly. The probability of one set of 9-yin herbs was 1 out of 50. To make enough 9-yin elixirs would require a lot of money. Moreover, when the Tai Chi faction brought back a large amount of 9-yin herbs, they would definitely make 9-yin elixirs on a large scale. The demand for supplementary materials would increase greatly. At that time, the value of the supplementary materials would probably increase by several times. Suyu had a slight headache. He took the 100 sets of supplementary materials into the secret room. No matter what, he would first use these 100 sets of supplementary materials. He should be able to make 2 9-yin elixirs. He activated the Ditro furnace once again. When the temperature in the furnace was high enough, he placed the tens of thousands of supplementary materials into the furnace one by one according to the elixir recipe. He allowed them to fuse perfectly. Finally, he placed the 100 9-yin herbs. This process was quite complicated. Suyu spent a whole month before he finally completed the process of placing the materials. The next step was to control the flames and slowly make the elixirs. Half a year later. An astonishing cold fragrance soared into the sky and leaked out from the secret chamber. Huangfu Liang was leaning against a tree, his expression lonely. Ever since Mo Xiaochai had left, she had not appeared for half a year. This made him feel inexplicably worried and apologetic. In the past, he had a deep prejudice against Mo Xiaochai and had never looked her in the eye. Now that he thought about it carefully, with her status, was it really necessary for her to give herself to a lowly person like him for 100 billion divine stones? Unknowingly, his impression of Mo Xiaochai had changed greatly. As he was thinking, he was suddenly attracted by the shocking fragrance coming from the secret room. He was surprised. This is the 9-yin elixir fragrance. But why is it so strong? It does not smell like 2 elixirs. Instead, it smells like the rich fragrance of hundreds of 9-yin elixirs gathered together. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if something had exploded. A huge wave of energy rushed out from the secret room. The whole secret room was blasted into pieces by the wave of energy. Many round, emerald elixirs were shot in all directions. Catch them quickly. Don't let the elixirs escape. Su Yu's slightly embarrassed voice could be heard from the thick smoke. He was holding more than 30 elixirs in his hands, but there were still more than 70 of them shooting in all directions. Huangfu Liang came back to his senses and immediately joined in the interception. He caught the ejected elixirs. Su Yu used the space law to teleport quickly. The two of them were in a flurry. Finally, they managed to catch all the elixirs. Chapter 1984. Su Yu's face had turned black from the smoke, but his eyes were glowing brightly. Look at what's in your hands. Su Yu's tone was a little excited. Huangfu Liang lowered his head and looked, stunned. I don't have much of an impression of a green elixir, but why does this smell like the 9-yin elixir? This is the 9-yin elixir, Su Yu said, turning his head to look at the unscathed Dick furnace in the ruins of the secret chamber. His heart was filled with shock. He finally understood the use of the Great Path in the Dick furnace. According to his initial plan, 100 sets of ingredients could only produce 2 elixirs at most, as the failure rate of the 9-yin elixir was too high. But who knew that most of the elixirs that should have been wasted would be protected by the Great Path, allowing the elixirs to return to the correct path before they were wasted. That was why there had been too many elixirs, causing the pressure within the furnace to be too strong, causing the furnace to explode. Su Yu was caught off guard and naturally ended up in a sorry state. This is the 9-yin elixir. Huangfu Liang was dumbfounded. He had just consumed a 9-yin elixir not long ago, but his current appearance was completely different. The 9-yin elixir of the Tai Chi faction was dark green. How could it be the green in front of him? Let's try it. Su Yu swallowed one by himself, and a shocking yin cold energy slid into his inner world, causing it to become chilly. At the same time, the elixir was released, turning into a desolate energy that made up for Su Yu's severe deficiency. Half a day later, when the effects of the elixir had completely faded, Su Yu's aura had leaped from the beginner stage of the Double Crown Realm to the middle stage of the Double Crown Realm. It was even nearing the later stage. His eyes lit up. It was the same 9-yin elixir, but the 9-yin elixir produced by the Dick furnace was of a much higher quality than the Tai Chi factions. Not only was the effect of the elixir faster, requiring only half a day to completely release its effects, but more importantly, the elixir was 1.5 times that of the Tai Chi factions. At that moment, Huangfu Liang had also digested one of the elixirs, losing his voice in shock. Is this really the 9-yin elixir? Its effects are comparable to the second-ranked 9-yin elixir of the Tai Chi faction. The 9-yin elixir was ranked third among the Tai Chi faction's 3 great elixirs. Ranked second was the even rarer 9-yang pill. Currently, due to the scarcity of the materials required to refine the 9-yang pill, the refinement of the 9-yang pill had stopped many years ago. Only the sect leader and a few elders had kept a few of them, and they were used to reward the elders and disciples who had made great contributions to the sect. Under normal circumstances, the 9-yang pill would not be leaked out. Yet the effects of the 9-yin pill were comparable to the 9-yang pill. Hey! What did you say about the 9-yang pill? Mo Xiaochai's voice suddenly appeared without any warning. There was a spatial fluctuation in the sky above the rear hall. Then, Mo Xiaochai appeared while sniffing the air. When his gaze fell on Huang Fu Liang's palm, his eyes widened like lanterns. He rushed over and snatched all the pills in Huang Fu Liang's hand. With Huang Fu Liang's cultivation, he couldn't resist at all, and all his 9 yin pills were taken away. He opened his mouth and said, "Wife, in front of Boss Su, you should be more reserved." Mo Xiaochai clutched the pill tightly and said in a serious and earnest manner, "My husband, I'm doing this for your own good. Based on my billions of years of experience, these pills are very likely to be poisonous. As a wife, it is necessary to test the poison first. This is my duty as a wife." Huang Fu Liang's good impression of Mo Xiaochai, which he had tried so hard to change, disappeared instantly. He was so angry that he trembled. Pointing at her, he said, "I have never seen such a shameless person. How could he be so self-righteous when snatching the elixirs? How could there be a second person like him in this world? What did you say? Do you believe that I won't kneel on a washboard tonight?" Mo Xiaochai twisted Huang Fu Liang's ear and said fiercely. Huang Fu Liang was speechless. This was his wife's true colors. She had not shown up for half a year, but as soon as the 9 yin pill was refined, her nose was sharper than a dog's, and she immediately came out to snatch it. He had been so unlucky to have met such an old monster. "Let's talk this out." Su Yu smiled lightly. "You can take those dozens of elixirs. Since you bought the supplementary materials, you naturally have a share." Mo Xiaochai smiled and stared at Huang Fu Liang. "Look at the boss's magnanimity, and learn from him." Okay. Huang Fu Liang said helplessly. Mo Xiaochai let go of her small hand. Her eyes flashed as she played with the 9 yin pill quietly. "Boss, how did you refine it?" "This is a supreme grade 9 yin pill that only appears with an extremely rare chance. Out of 10,000 9 yin pills, only one would appear. If the Taiji sect found out that they refined over 100 supreme grade 9 yin pills in one go, they would probably go crazy." Su Yu said calmly, "I added some of my secret medicine." "What secret medicine is it?" Mo Xiaochai rolled her eyes. Su Yu said indifferently, "Why are you asking so many questions? Hey, you are guarding against me like a thief. Don't insult a thief. A thief has a bottom line more than you do." Su Yu said indifferently. He then put away the ground-breaking furnace without any expression. He did not dare to let Mo Xiaochai notice it. Mo Xiaochai snorted and said, "Then I will go back first." Recently, the faction has mobilized all its members to prepare to occupy the ancient people's tribe. It is expected that there will be a fierce battle. Our discipline peak has been busy recently. Su Yu's brows sank slightly. Was the Tai Chi faction preparing to develop the ancient people's tribe after all? From what he could see, the ancient people's tribe was quite powerful. If the Tai Chi faction wanted to occupy it completely, they would have to pay a heavy price. He was powerless to stop her. He could only say, if possible, "Please persuade the higher-ups of the Tai Chi faction not to go. The danger inside is not limited to a group of ancient people." Mo Xiaochai shook her head. "That old man has lost his mind. It is useless to persuade him now. But you don't have to worry too much. The great Tai Chi faction has a deep foundation. Do you think it will fall into the hands of a small ancient tribe?" Mo Xiaochai comforted him and turned around. Before leaving, she threw 10 9 yin pills at him. "Eat them sparingly." Huang Fu Liang smiled bitterly. He had become a man who lived off a woman. Su Yu stood where he was, deep in thought. The dark forest of the ancient people's tribe gave him a strong sense of foreboding. Although the Tai Chi faction was large, it would cost a lot to conquer it. Now, he had obtained the elixir recipe of the 9 yin pill and held 59 yin pills in his hands. He had come to a 5-star civilization to find elixirs that could help him become a heaven and earth divine warrior. He could consider leaving. "Brother Huang Fu, are you willing to leave the Tai Chi faction with me?" Huang Fu Liang, who was smiling bitterly, suddenly froze. Now, he had expected that Su Yu would not stay in the Tai Chi faction for long after obtaining the elixirs. Ever since his hopes had been dashed by Ying Fengxiao, Huangfu Liang had thought about following Su Yu to the ends of the world. But now, Mo Xiaochai's figure flashed across his mind. It was obvious that he couldn't wait for Mo Xiaochai to disappear. But what would happen to Mo Xiaochai if he left quietly? Would she be sad? Huangfu Liang sank into silence. Su Yu smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. Everyone has a home. I respect your decision. If you want to stay, I will leave the wine to you and Mo Xiaochai. Brother Su, Huangfu Liang said shamefully. Su Yu shook his head. It's okay. I also want to find a home that belongs to me. So, I am sincerely happy that you are willing to stay. When will you leave? Huangfu Liang asked hesitantly. Su Yu pondered. In the next few years. I need to prepare some starstones. As for starstones, I will keep an eye out for you. The starstones of 5-star civilizations are not as scarce as 4-star and 3-star civilizations. If you pay attention, you can still find some. As they were talking, a dot suddenly flickered on the table. Someone had entered. I will go receive them, Huangfu Liang said. Su Yu stopped him. Let me do it. You can't handle them. Su Yu came to the front hall and saw a handsome youth with fierce eyes sitting alone in the restaurant. His face was filled with mockery. Seeing Su Yu come out, he said, How have you been, Boss Su? Not long ago. We just met a year ago. Su Yu's expression was calm. Yes, thanks to you, you deliberately let me obtain the stone hammer. Boss Su, your calculations are really profound. This person was none other than Yang Hua. Su Yu said calmly, I did not force you to pick it up. Moreover, didn't you come back alive? To be honest, Su Yu was quite curious. The stone hammer was an inauspicious item. He guessed that it must have been Hua Feifu who had obtained it. He did not expect Yang Hua to come back safe and sound. Wait, Yang Hua's body had been reconstructed. His original body was nowhere to be found. This was a body that had just been reconstructed. The cultivation level of his body was shocking. He had actually recovered to the later stage of a triple crown divine warrior. One should know that the cultivation level of a reconstructed body would definitely drop by at least one level. His current cultivation level should be at the later stage of a double crown divine warrior. But in a short year, he had recovered to his peak. This surprised Su Yu. Could it be that there was an expert guiding him from behind the scenes? That is why I said, thanks to you, Boss Su, I have obtained such a great opportunity. Opportunity? Su Yu did not think so. So, did you come here today just to thank me? Su Yu said. If that is the case, please go back. Hey, thank you is one thing. The other thing is to warn Boss Su about something. Warn? Yang Hua should have already seen Su Yu's power at the ancient tribe. If they really fought, Yang Hua would be killed without even being able to resist. Moreover, in terms of status and identity, even Ying Fengxiao would not dare do anything to him, let alone a mere disciple. Coming here to warn him was really too much. Oh, why don't you tell me about it? Su Yu said calmly. Yang Hua did not say a word. His whole body released the aura of a triple crown divine warrior. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4-crown divine warrior. Apart from that, his body was surrounded by a faintly discernible bloody light. His entire being gave off a feeling that was very close to that of a 4-crown divine warrior. Few below the 4-crown divine warrior would be a match for him. I am about to break through to the 4-crown divine warrior. I believe that in 2 or 3 years, I will become a 4-crown divine warrior. And you, a double-crown divine warrior, what right do you have to fight with me for a woman? Woman? Fairy Yin Yu? Yang Hua's eyes were filled with disdain. I am warning you. Right now, Fairy Yin Yu's master and I are discussing our marriage. You better not disturb us. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Understand? Chapter 1985. However, Yang Hua's tone was really unpleasant. Su Yu said calmly, Did you come here to warn me because you were afraid that I would take her away? It seems like you have a low self-esteem. If that's the case, why do you insist on it? You tried to drive a wedge between me and Yin Yu, and now you're making sarcastic remarks here. Yang Hua stared at him. Anyway, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't cause trouble, or you'll regret it. Suyu interrupted him indifferently. Are you done? If you are, you can leave. You're on your own. Yang Hua warned him coldly, then left. Ridiculous. Suyu said expressionlessly. Hearing that there was no movement outside, Huangfu Liang walked out and asked, "What is Yang Hua doing here?" "It's for a woman called Yin Yu. She thought I had improper thoughts about her, so she came to warn me." How ridiculous. Suyu shook his head. Huangfu Liang had a strange look on his face. Well, maybe you didn't have improper thoughts about Fairy Yin Yu, but she might have some feelings for you. Suyu was startled. What do you mean? Huangfu Liang said embarrassedly, "It's my fault. I didn't tell you in time. While you were in seclusion making elixirs, Fairy Yin Yu came to talk to you every few days. Now, everyone in the Tai Chi faction knows that the most beautiful woman of the Tai Chi faction often comes to see you. There are already rumors that you have an ambiguous relationship with Fairy Yin Yu." Suyu was surprised. No wonder Yang Hua came to warn him. It was a misunderstanding. Suyu was speechless. How could Yin Yu use me as a shield? Since Fairy Yin Yu knew that Suyu was in seclusion making elixirs, she still came to see him every few days. Her purpose was clear. She wanted to create the illusion that she had an ambiguous relationship with Suyu. She probably wanted to use this opportunity to stop the marriage between their masters. Why don't you just marry her, then stay in the Tai Chi civilization and take root there? Huangfu Liang suggested. Suyu smiled. You're thinking too much. That woman doesn't have that kind of feelings for me. As he was speaking, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure walked in. When she saw Suyu, her bright eyes shone brightly, and her beautiful face revealed a smile that could topple cities. "Boss Su, I've been waiting for you to come out of seclusion." Suyu and Huangfu Liang had a tacit understanding of his intentions for coming. "Fairy Yin Yu, your presence brings light to my humble shop," Suyu said politely. "Really? How about I live here from now on?" The unexpected response stunned Suyu and Huangfu Liang. Suyu asked, "What do you mean?" Yin Yu flicked her hair and said, "I want to apply for the position of the vice manager of Wen Wine." Suyu was startled for a moment. He really didn't expect that Fairy Yin Yu would be so direct. Not only did she create a false impression, but she even applied for the position of deputy shopkeeper in public. She was trying to establish a good relationship with Suyu and prove the rumors in the outside world. If it was a normal time, he would refuse without hesitation. There was really no need to cause trouble for a woman. Although Yang Hua was not necessarily a problem in his eyes. However, he already had the intention to leave the Tai Chi faction's civilization. The future owner of the Wen Wine would undoubtedly be Huangfu Liang. Hence, the shopkeeper really needed a reliable person. Yin Yu's character was excellent. Based on their many interactions, she was a woman who could distinguish between right and wrong. It was really worth considering her to be the shopkeeper of the Wen Wine. "You are the Tai Chi faction's #1 beauty, the Tai Chi faction's disciple of the Yin-Yang Elder. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others for coming to a small restaurant to be the shopkeeper?" Suyu asked. Yin Yu smiled faintly. "Boss Su, you are too modest. The Wen Wine is not a small restaurant, but a top-notch luxurious restaurant that is famous in a 5-star civilization. It is a great honor to be able to be the shopkeeper here. The Tai Chi faction's disciples and even the Yin-Yang Elder are envious of you. I'm afraid that Boss Su is too ambitious and won't take a fancy to a stupid woman like me." Her words were quite appropriate, and no one could find fault with them. Suyu glanced at Huangfu Liang. The latter closed his eyes slightly, indicating that he didn't want to make a decision. If Huangfu Liang agreed, Mo Xiaochai would probably be beaten up when she found out about it. "Fine, then I will temporarily be the assistant shopkeeper. When are you free to take up the position?" "Now." She was completely prepared. Suyu nodded. "Sure. Brother Huangfu, you can teach her." Huangfu Liang smiled. "Fairy Yin Yu, please follow me." Yin Yu followed him into the inner yard. It was quiet and peaceful. In her imagination, the Wen Wine would need to produce taishu at all times to keep up with the 4 pots of taishu every month. Hence, as the shopkeeper, he must be very busy. Head shopkeeper, please tell me. I can do anything, Yin Yu said. In order to make her master give up, she was willing to throw caution to the wind. She would rather be the assistant shopkeeper and do odd jobs here than marry someone like Yang Hua. If Yang Hua had abandoned her and allowed the barbarians to eat her, she could still reluctantly forgive him. Later, when Yang Hua revealed her true colors and wanted to capture her and toy with her to her heart's content, her dirty side was revealed. She would rather die than marry such a person. Huang Fu Liang pointed at the stone bench in the yard and said, "The shopkeeper of the Wen Wine only needs to sit in meditation, drink some taishu, and chat with him. Of course, if you have nothing to do, you can come out in isolation for 10 days or half a month. You just need to draw a lottery every time you want to sell taishu." What? Yin Yu was obviously stunned. What about odd jobs? Just leave them to me, Yin Yu said. Huang Fu Liang spread his hands. I also want to find some odd jobs for you, but I don't know where to find them. This. Yin Yu was completely stunned. She said, don't you need manpower to produce taishu? There must be people to transport the materials. Sorry, I don't have any. The shopkeeper of the Wen Wine only has the things I mentioned above. Yin Yu was confused. Is he here for a holiday? All right, just pick a room. Huang Fu Liang smiled and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Yin Yu was stunned for a long time. A few days later, the buyers were shocked to find that Boss Su did not show up for the next round of the Great Void. Instead, he was replaced by a beautiful woman. Everyone in Tai Chi City recognized her. She was the most beautiful woman in the Tai Chi faction, Goddess Yin Yu. Hello everyone, I am the new vice shopkeeper of the Wen Wine. Please forgive me if I am not a good host. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. The Wen Wine is really rich. They actually managed to invite the most beautiful woman in the Tai Chi faction to be their vice shopkeeper. It's the other way around. The most beautiful woman in the Tai Chi faction is indeed famous. She actually became the vice shopkeeper of the Wen Wine. This is a meteoric rise. Haha, that's right. The position of vice shopkeeper of the Wen Wine is much higher than that of the Tai Chi faction's disciples. Goddess Yin Yu is really lucky to be able to get such a position. So the rumors are true. Goddess Yin Yu and the owner of the Wen Wine are actually having an affair. That's for sure. Otherwise, why would Fairy Yin Yu be the deputy manager of such a popular restaurant like Wenju? The Tai Chi faction. In Ying Fengxiao's secret room, his proud disciple, Yang Hua, was sitting opposite him. He had always been proud of cultivating an outstanding disciple like Yang Hua. Now, his expression was gloomy. Yang Hua, I have always treated you well. I have tried my best to pull you into the ranks of my disciples and nurture you with all my heart. Aren't you too heartless to treat me like this? Yang Hua's lips curled up slightly. Her finger tapped on the contract on the stone table. Master, it is because of our many years of relationship that I gave you priority to sign the master-servant contract. In the future, when you want to sign it, you might not have the right to. Ying Fengxiao laughed angrily. Yang Hua had been back for a few days. He felt that she was different from before. Her attitude towards him had changed subtly. In the past, she had been respectful to him, but after returning, she no longer respected him. Now, she had specially invited Ying Fengxiao into the secret room to discuss something important. In the end, Ying Fengxiao became angry. Yang Hua took out a master-servant contract for him to sign. Yang Hua was the master, and he was the servant. Ying Fengxiao could not believe it. Was his disciple as stupid as a pig? When Yang Hua took out a talisman that contained the attack of a 5-crown emperor, Ying Fengxiao could not laugh anymore. It turned out that Yang Hua had met an extremely terrifying senior outside. Yang Hua had already joined another sect and recognized that senior as her master. Now, she had returned to the Taiji sect to rope in a group of Taiji sect elders to sign a master-servant contract. Master, to put it bluntly, your strength is not even a strand of hair in front of that senior. He can kill you with a flick of his finger. Right now, I am taking the risk of senior being dissatisfied and taking you in as my servant in advance. When that senior comes to the Tai Chi sect, It will be extremely difficult for you to become his disciple. Ying Fengxiao was furious. A dignified yin-yang elder wanted to be his disciple's servant. How could he agree? Haha, master, think about it carefully. Give me an answer in 3 days. As for today's matter, please forget about it for now. Otherwise, the first thing that senior will do when he comes to the Taiji sect will probably be get rid of disobedient people like you. After saying that, he slowly put away the contract and calmly said, also, please try your best to discuss the marriage between me and Fairy Yin Yu with Elder Jing Yun. Ha. With a chuckle, Yang Hua walked out of the secret room. Outside the secret room, a few hurried senior and junior brothers and sisters passed by. They were whispering to each other with gloating expressions on their faces. When they saw Yang Hua appear, they all shut their mouths. Yang Hua frowned. What are you talking about? You all shut up when you see me. Are you talking about me? He released his aura, and his overwhelming spirit caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Junior brother Yang Hua, don't misunderstand. We're not talking about you. We're talking about Fairy Yin Yu. Yang Hua was surprised. Yin Yu? What about her? This. They wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Hua frowned, and his aura increased. It's Fairy Yin Yu. She applied to be the vice manager of the wine shop. Today, when the Taiji sect opened its store, she appeared as the vice manager. Also, there are rumors that Yin Yu was lucky enough to become the vice manager of the wine shop because she has an affair with Boss Su. Yang Hua's aura suddenly became chaotic, and everyone present was sent flying. His eyes widened in anger, and his whole body emitted a threatening murderous aura. He roared, "How dare Su!" Chapter 1986. You don't know your place. Yang Hua bellowed coldly. He had personally come to warn Su Yu, but Su Yu had ignored him. If he didn't teach Su Yu a lesson, Su Yu would probably think that he was a pushover. Isn't it just a shabby restaurant? Fine, I'll tear it down for you. Yang Hua's eyes were filled with coldness. Meanwhile, Su Yu was leisurely refining elixirs in the secret chamber. Before the price of the 9-yin elixirs supplementary materials increased, he had used his remaining 100 billion divine stones to purchase all the supplementary materials in Taichi City. He had successfully bought 300 sets of supplementary materials. Interestingly, he had met people from the Taichi faction, who were also buying supplementary materials. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they developed the ancient tribe. Within half a year at the latest, they would officially set off. Su Yu couldn't stop them, so he had to do his part. When everything was ready, Su Yu took out the underground furnace and prepared to refine all the supplementary materials into elixirs. He estimated that it would take 3 years to refine all the supplementary materials. He really didn't have time to waste. Brother Su, is it convenient for you to come out and meet a guest? Someone who claims to have important information wants to see you, Huangfu Liang said. Su Yu was startled, then he put away the underground furnace. It was a troubled time. No matter who the person was, he might as well listen to him. When he opened the stone door, he saw a man wearing a bamboo hat beside Huangfu Liang. The bamboo hat was a special true emperor-level divine weapon, so his face couldn't be seen through. If you have something to say, you can say it now. Su Yu didn't ask for the man's identity. If he wanted to expose himself, he wouldn't have worn the bamboo hat. The man in the bamboo hat said calmly, "I'm here to warn you of the danger." His voice was very hoarse, so it must have been specially processed. "Tell me about it," Su Yu said. "I've received reliable information that Yang Hua is going to destroy your restaurant, and your people might be affected as well." Su Yu's expression didn't change. He asked, "Is that all?" He had never taken Yang Hua seriously. When he took Fairy Yin Yu as his deputy, he didn't even think about Yang Hua. "I advise you to be careful. Yang Hua is not what she used to be. She has a mysterious strong man behind her, and she has an offensive talisman of the 5-crown emperor level." Huangfu Liang sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. It was hard to say if he had the backing of a mysterious powerhouse. It was unknown just how strong that powerhouse was. But a 5-crown emperor level offensive talisman was too terrifying. As long as he shed all pretense of cordiality and disregarded the restraints of Taiji City's rules, he could kill them instantly without any suspense. No matter how strong Su Yu's individual abilities were, in front of the 5-crown divine warrior's attack, he had no way of resisting. As for Su Yu, his gaze merely wavered for a moment. The last time Yang Hua came, he had already expected it. It seemed that he had indeed obtained many opportunities from the stone hammer. Thank you for informing me. Su Yu cupped his fists and bowed. There's no need to thank me. I'm just reminding you. Take care. Goodbye. After saying that, the man in the bamboo hat left without hesitation. Huang Fu Liang's gaze fluctuated without end, and he said solemnly, Brother Su, can this person be trusted? Most likely. Su Yu nodded. How did you know? It should be because this person was once your uncle, Yingfeng Xiao, Su Yu said calmly. Even though the other party could conceal his face and change his tone, he couldn't alter his soul. With Su Yu's current mastery of the soul, he could completely see through the other party's soul with a glance. What the soul showed was not someone else, but Yingfeng Xiao. It's him. Huang Fu Liang was shocked. If it's him, then it's even more untrustworthy. Yang Hua is his disciple. How could he come to help us and secretly fight against his disciple? Su Yu shook his head, his eyes shining with wisdom. It's because it's impossible that it's possible. His relationship with Yingfeng Xiao could not be said to be hostile, but it was definitely not good. Last time at the Zhenkui store, Yingfeng Xiao had been angered by Su Yu and had suffered a lot. But because of that, his coming to secretly tell Su Yu about his disciple's secret seemed even more real. If there was no need, Yingfeng Xiao would never do such a thing. The only reason was that Yang Hua posed a great threat to Yingfeng Xiao. Based on Su Yu's observation of Yang Hua, he was impatient and ungrateful. Now that he had obtained a great opportunity, it was reasonable for him to threaten his master. Even if it's true, I don't think Yingfeng Xiao can be trusted. Would he be so kind as to come here to warn us? Su Yu smiled and nodded. His words can be trusted, but his motive cannot be trusted. Although he said he was helping us, he was actually hoping that we could help him get rid of Yang Hua. This trick of shifting the blame to someone else is very simple. Then what do you plan to do? Huang Fu Liang asked. Yang Hua has a talisman of the 5-crown emperor level. It's very dangerous. How about we avoid him for now? Huang Fu Liang suggested cautiously. But Su Yu shook his head lightly, his eyes deep. Yang Hua should be preparing to deal with us now. If we don't do anything and he finishes his preparations, that will be the worst possible moment. Since we already have the upper hand, why don't we strike first? Huang Fu Liang's eyes flickered. You mean? Of course we have to borrow your wife's strength. Su Yu smiled mysteriously. Huang Fu Liang was stunned. This? I don't even know how to contact her. She comes and goes like a shadow, and there's no way to contact her. Isn't it easy to lure her here? Su Yu smiled as he took out 10 Join elixirs and threw them into the sky. The shocking fragrance of the elixirs spread in all directions. Ah! Who threw trash at me? Suddenly, Mo Xiaochai's familiar voice came from the sky. The 10 elixirs flew to a space, where a figure appeared and grabbed all the elixirs in her hand. She looked around fiercely. How dare you throw trash in front of me at the discipline peak? You've gone too far. I'll let you off this time, humph. She stuffed the trash into her arms, turned around, and prepared to leave. Wife! Huang Fu Liang shouted. Mo Xiaochai seemed to have just realized that she had teleported to Wenzhou. She pretended to be surprised. Hey! Why is my husband here? What a coincidence. I found someone throwing trash, so I came to carry out my official duties. The corners of Huang Fu Liang's mouth twitched. This method of summoning her was really strange. He wondered if she would run over if he threw a dog bone. Yes, my boss and I have something to discuss with you. Oh. Mo Xiaochai landed. She did not blush. What is it? Huang Fu Liang said, there is a Tai Chi faction disciple who wants to threaten Su Yu. Can you help him? Mo Xiaochai's eyes lit up. Is that disciple powerful? Is he confident that he can kill the boss? Does he need help? Can I help him? Forget what I said. Huang Fu Liang was both angry and amused. Su Yu was also speechless. Although he knew that she always hoped that he, as the boss, would die sooner, she did not have to be so excited. Let me tell you, Su Yu said. It's like this. A Tai Chi faction disciple wants to tear down Wenzhou so that we can no longer do business in Taiji City. What? Mo Xiaochai was shocked and angry. She clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were spitting fire. She said angrily, how can there be such a heinous criminal in this world? He tore down Wenzhou. Isn't he afraid that the heavens will take revenge on him? She was one of the shareholders of Wenzhou. How could she tolerate someone tearing down Wenzhou? Who is he? Mo Xiaochai was furious. Su Yu said, can you take me with you? You. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere in the Law Discipline Peak's law enforcement. Mo Xiaochai shook her head slightly. But if I go, I might be able to bring back some unexpected surprises. Mo Xiaochai's eyes lit up. Su Yu never spoke without thinking. Since he said there would be surprises, there would definitely be some. Fine, you can come with me. Huang Fu Liang was speechless. Didn't you just say that outsiders are not allowed to interfere? Mo Xiaochai was furious. She stared at him. Which ear did you hear that with? Huang Fu Liang covered his ears subconsciously and shook his head in embarrassment. No, I didn't hear it. That's right. Mo Xiaochai took out a Tai Chi faction identity token without any words and carved a name on it on the spot. Tai Chi faction's Law Discipline Peak's law enforcer, Su Yu. Huang Fu Liang stuck out his tongue when he saw this. The identity token of the Tai Chi sect had to be applied by the Yin and Yang elders of each sect to Elder Earth, and then Elder Earth to apply to Elder Heaven. Finally, after the Tai Chi sect master agreed, Elder Heaven could personally inscribe the identity token and register it. Any other methods would be considered impersonating a Tai Chi faction disciple. If caught by the Tai Chi faction, they would have to spend at least 100 years in prison. If the consequences were serious, they would have to spend at least 10,000 years. But what was shocking was that the person who was publicly faking it was none other than the Discipline Peak Master, who was in charge of the Tai Chi faction's laws. Huang Fu Liang could not help but feel lucky for the Tai Chi faction. After so many years, the Tai Chi faction was not in a foul state. Fine, from now on, you are an unofficial member of the Discipline Peak. You will have all the rights except for the monthly benefits that the Tai Chi faction gives you, including the right to enforce the law. Su Yu looked embarrassed. She could still be so confident in faking an identity. He was not even close to 1 in 10,000. Enforcer Su, follow me to the Discipline Peak. We will gather people and search for the outlaws, Mo Xiaochai said. She grabbed Su Yu's shoulder and disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they were at the Discipline Peak. There were 10 peaks in the Tai Chi faction, and each peak had its own duties. The Discipline Peak was in charge of the law. Apart from the faction master peak, it was the most feared peak among the 10 peaks. No one wanted to offend the Discipline Peak. Outsiders thought that the Discipline Peak, as the place where the law of the Tai Chi faction was in charge of, should be strict and respectful. But seeing it with his own eyes was an eye-opener for Su Yu. What he saw was the most solemn peak master hall of the Discipline Peak. There was a group of enforcers in the hall. Some young men and women were chasing and flirting with each other, some were sleeping under the pine tree in front of the door, and some were barbecuing all kinds of delicacies in front of the hall. Su Yu had seen many factions, but this was the first time he had seen such a loose organization. Most importantly, this was the Discipline Peak, which maintained the faction's laws. Chapter 1987. Pay attention to your image. Mo Xiaochai appeared and shouted. The group of law enforcement disciples smiled mischievously. Peakmaster, you are finally back. The heaven jade lamb leg you stole is cooked, it smells so good. Mo Xiaochai's face tightened. Nonsense. The heaven jade lamb was sent by someone else. Peakmaster, look, I have already written a statement about the bra you took from Peakmaster Miaoyu. It will definitely fetch a high price. Nonsense again. Miaoyu asked us to sell it on her behalf. Su Yu could no longer stop. This was not the Discipline Peak, it was clearly a den of thieves. He was suddenly not worried about his fake identity being exposed. With the chaos at the discipline peak, so what if it was exposed? The entire Tai Chi faction was probably already numb to it. Go and search the house. Oh, I mean check the outlaws. Mo Xiaochai changed her words. Clatter, the law enforcement disciples, who had been busy a moment ago, picked up their weapons excitedly and shouted, "There's work to do. Damn it, I haven't had meat in a long time. Let's go." The nature of the thieves' den was instantly exposed. Mo Xiaochai shrugged at Su Yu and said helplessly, "It can't be helped. They are a group of people who can't change their nature. I often teach them by example, but their nature is hard to change. Sigh, I have really failed in my duty." Su Yu was speechless. It was precisely because of your example that the discipline peak became a den of thieves. Let's not talk nonsense, let's go. The group of law enforcement disciples excitedly followed Mo Xiaochai down the mountain in a grandiose manner. The people on the nearby peaks looked at the large group of law enforcement disciples descending the mountain. Their faces were pale, as if the sky was about to collapse. They hurriedly ran back to their caves and tried their best to seal them. The people passing by at the foot of the mountain were also pale as they saw them. They quickly ran away without a trace. Mo Xiaochai nodded with satisfaction. Did you see that? Under the management of the discipline peak, the disciples live and work in peace and contentment. Seniors are courteous. Su Yu could not refute. No words could pierce through such a shameless person's thick skin. At the same time, in the secret room of Ying Fengxiao's mansion, Ying Fengxiao stood stiffly at the side. In the middle of the secret room, Yang Hua and 7 or 8 yin-yang elders sat around a stone table. As Yang Hua's master in the past, he could only serve tea and water. Yang Hua was surrounded by many yin-yang elders and felt extremely proud. Once upon a time, he was a nobody who had to lower his head in front of the yin-yang elder. Now, he had become the master of the 8 yin-yang elders. Today is the first time I've gathered everyone here. I'm following my master's orders to assign everyone a task. The 8 yin-yang elders were all fence-sitters. They couldn't resist Yang Hua's threats and temptations. In the end, they chose to sign the master-servant agreement and become Yang Hua's subordinates. Since it is senior's wish, we will definitely do as you say. Master, please speak clearly. The yin-yang elders said. Yang Hua smiled lightly and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that the owner who asked for the wine didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Back then, he was disrespectful to my teacher in the ancient tribe. Now, my teacher wants him to pay the price." Knowing that he was asking about the owner of the wine, the yin-yang elders felt nervous. With the help of the Great Void, Boss Wanzhou's status in Taiji City was extraordinary. Putting aside the fact that it would not be easy to deal with him, dealing with the owner of the wine was probably not Senior's idea. News had already spread in Taiji City that the owner of the wine was keeping the #1 beauty of Taiji City, Fairy Yin Yu. Everyone knew about Yang Hua's pursuit of Fairy Yin Yu, and the masters of both parties had even discussed their marriage. Yang Hua probably wanted to take revenge on Su Yu, so he was borrowing their power. A shrewd shadow elder said, "Master, please tell us what to do." "We will do as you say." Regardless of whose idea it was, they didn't have a choice. "Hehe, it's simple. You will attack in the middle of the night and demolish the wine-seeking restaurant. What about Su Yu and the 2 shopkeepers?" It was not a big deal if they did it sneakily, as long as they didn't get caught. Yang Hua said sinisterly, "As for Su Yu and Huangfu Liang, it would be best if they were accidentally buried in the ruins of the restaurant. But as for the assistant shopkeeper, Fairy Yin Yu, you will capture her alive and hand her over to me secretly. Don't let anyone know. Do you understand?" He no longer had any hope of obtaining Fairy Yin Yu openly. Now, he just wanted to obtain her. The few yin-yang elders had a troubled look on their faces. This was akin to helping a tyrant commit evil. But thinking back to the future that Yang Hua had painted for them, they hardened their hearts and agreed. Yang Hua laughed heartily. "Come, let's finish this cup of wine. From now on, we will all be one family." The yin-yang elders emptied their cups, chatting happily with each other. The joyous scene made Ying Fengxiao, who was serving at the side, feel sad. The mansion was his in name, but in reality, it was already completely under Yang Hua's control. In just 10 days, Yang Hua had successfully signed an agreement with the 8 yin-yang elders, gaining control of a huge force. The current Yang Hua was not someone Ying Fengxiao could contend with. He had considered reporting this to the great ultimate faction master, but he was extremely wary of Yang Hua's master. If he reported this, what would he do if Yang Hua and that powerful martial artist targeted him? He could not stay in the great ultimate faction forever. Sooner or later, they would find a loophole and kill him. Moreover, from Yang Hua's tone, that master was powerful and did not fear the great ultimate faction master. Sooner or later, he would personally come to the great ultimate faction. He did not dare offend such a person. He could only sigh inwardly, hoping that someone could stop Yang Hua. Bang! Suddenly, the auras of a group of powerful martial artists descended upon his mansion. A seal sealed off the entire mansion, making it impossible for anyone to leave. Ying Fengxiao walked out to take a look, his eyes filled with surprise. He saw a silver-gray cross-shaped seal floating above the mansion. Only the Discipline Peak had such a seal. Yang Hua and the others walked out to take a look and were also inexplicably shocked. Why did the Discipline Peak suddenly come here? Was the news leaked? Yang Hua's heart skipped a beat. He had an extremely bad feeling. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. Apart from Ying Fengxiao, the few people he had discussed with had all signed a master-servant contract. It was impossible for them to inform the Discipline Peak, because if they did, they themselves would suffer a disaster. However, Ying Fengxiao had always understood the principle of self-preservation, so it was also impossible for him to inform the Discipline Peak. Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see, Yang Hua said calmly. The Discipline Peak is enforcing the law. Everyone, come out for inspection. A majestic voice reverberated above the seal. Then, Mo Xiao Chai appeared in front of the secret chamber, leading a dozen uniformed law enforcement disciples. Seeing Mo Xiao Chai's arrival, everyone present turned pale with fright. How could it be her? It shouldn't be. The Discipline Peak's Peak Master has not personally enforced the law for hundreds of years. Everything has been handled by his subordinates. What kind of wind blew her here? The expressions of the yin-yang elders, who were already feeling guilty, changed drastically. Yang Hua was even more hesitant. If it was discovered that he had secretly bribed the yin-yang elders, the consequences would be dire. You are Yang Hua, right? Someone reported that you are suspected of threatening the law enforcement disciples. Is that true? Hearing that it was such a crime, Yang Hua heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart was filled with astonishment. In the past, he had been like the other disciples, avoiding the law enforcement disciples in fear of encountering them. When had he ever threatened a law enforcement disciple? Disciple Yang Hua is innocent. When have I ever threatened a law enforcement disciple? Is that so? Enforcer Su, tell us, is this true? Surnamed Su. Yang Hua was even more confused. At that moment, a person wearing the uniform of a law enforcement disciple walked out from the back. Seeing his face, Yang Hua cried out in surprise, Su Yu. It's you. Ying Fengxiao and the 8 yin-yang elders were all stunned. When had the owner of the wine, Boss Su, become a law enforcement disciple of the Discipline Peak? Peak Master, it was this person who came to me to ask for wine and threatened me, Su Yu said. Yang Hua regained her senses, immediately saying, when did you become a disciple of the Tai Chi faction? This is impossible. Su Yu was clearly a nobody that Huangfu Liang had brought back from a distant civilization. How could he be a disciple of the Tai Chi faction? Even if he was, they had not met in all these years. What was going on? Humph. Su Yu is a spy that I have placed outside for many years. He has contributed greatly to the Discipline Peak. Recently, he has been investigating a major case. Seeing that he was about to succeed, you came out to threaten his life. I suspect that you are up to no good. Yang Hua hurriedly waved her hands. I did not know that he was a spy of the Discipline Peak. I hope that Peak Master Mo will investigate. Don't worry, I will investigate. Mo Xiaochai smiled indifferently. Daring to mess with her restaurant, he was asking for death. Without waiting for Yang Hua to react, Mo Xiaochai habitually grabbed her storage ring. As the leader of the bandits, Mo Xiaochai had developed a good habit of plundering other people's assets. However, Yang Hua was already prepared. She covered her storage ring and took out a 5-crown emperor-level offensive talisman. Now that things had come to this, Yang Hua had no other choice. He was worried that he had already been discovered. Mo Xiaochai was only using another reason to detain him. He could only lead the 8 yin-yang elders and escape from Tai Chi City. But at this moment, a ripple of time descended without warning. The entire mansion was controlled by an absolute freeze of time. Everyone was frozen in time, including Mo Xiaochai. Su Yu's lips curled. He had been waiting for this moment. If Yang Hua had held the talisman in her palm and could activate it at any time, he would have been afraid. But Yang Hua had been hoping for a fluke and had only taken it out now. There was no time to activate it, giving Su Yu an opening. Her figure flickered, snatching the talisman from his hand and quickly stuffing it into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Immediately after, she returned, maintaining her original posture. The absolute time had ended. Yang Hua roared, "Don't move, or all of you will die here." Mo Xiaochai and the group of law enforcement disciples were confused. They saw Yang Hua raise his palm high, threatening them. Chapter 1988. Looking at it, the talisman had disappeared without a trace. Yang Hua's mind was blank. Where was the talisman? She did not feel anyone snatching it. Why did it suddenly disappear? Yang Hua, why are you threatening all of us to die here? What is the meaning of this? Su Yu said calmly. I did not expect you to not only threaten me, but also Peak Master Mo. Yang Hua regained her senses and looked at Mo Xiaochai's dangerous expression. Her eyelids twitched as she stammered, I was just joking. Capture him. Mo Xiaochai's eyes were sharp, her attitude suddenly serious. Just now, she really did feel an extremely dangerous thing appear in his palm, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. Combined with her opponent's serious and confident threat, Mo Xiaochai felt that something was wrong. At the same time, she glanced at the few yin-yang elders gathered there and felt that something was wrong. The few of you, follow me back to the Discipline Peak, Mo Xiaochai said as she stared at them. The law enforcement disciples pounced on her like tigers and wolves. Yang Hua clenched her teeth and took out another 5-crown emperor-level talisman. It was not an offensive talisman, but a teleportation talisman for escaping. As long as it was activated, she could instantly travel a great distance away from Tai Chi City, making it impossible for anyone to catch up. There was another one. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Unfortunately, he did not have a second chance to attack. Mo Xiaochai was prepared. She did not move, but her eyes flashed with a pair of golden lights, and Yang Hua's body stiffened, unable to move. The talisman in his hand fell into his palm effortlessly. A 5-crown emperor-level teleportation talisman. It looks like we have caught a big fish. Mo Xiaochai's expression was cold. She also detained the talisman in her space storage device to prevent it from taking out any more dangerous objects. Take them all away. Even Ying Fengxiao was brought back to the Discipline Peak. The 9 yin-yang elders stood in a row, trembling with fear. They could not muster any thoughts of resistance. If they were discovered by others, they could still try to resist. But in front of Mo Xiaochai, any resistance would be useless. Mo Xiaochai's specific strength had always been a mystery, but she had never been defeated by anyone from the beginning until the end. Some people said that her true abilities were close to the master of the Tai Chi faction. This kind of rumor had existed for many years and was still being circulated today. Mo Xiaochai sat on the throne of the Peak Master, and poured out all the things inside the storage tool of the Yang Hua space with an expressionless face. Mo Xiaochai should have pounced on a lot of valuable things. But, she didn't even look at them at the moment. Instead, she just stared at a few scattered contracts. Under the despairing gazes of the 8 yin-yang elders and Yang Hua, Mo Xiaochai collected all 8 contracts into her palm. Taking a closer look, Zhong Shen's face turned cold. Can you tell me what's going on? Mo Xiaochai glanced at the 8 elders. The 8 yin-yang elders immediately knelt on the ground. Their faces were pale as they begged for mercy. "Peak leader Mo, please have mercy on us. We were forced to do so." Mo Xiaochai had an indifferent look in her eyes. But a golden light flashed in her eyes again as she looked into the eyes of one of the yin and yang elders. His eyes were immediately filled with confusion as he muttered, "Reporting to Peak Lord Mo, Yang Hua tried to coerce and bribe us, so we had no choice but to agree." "How?" Mo Xiaochai was only concerned about this point. The dignified yin-yang elders had been coerced into becoming slaves by a disciple. It was unimaginable. Behind Yang Hua's back. That yin-yang elder was about to speak when a slave contract in Mo Xiaochai's palm suddenly ignited without any warning. At the same time, the yin-yang elder who had just spoken suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His body softly fell to the ground, and his eyes dimmed. This was a sign that his soul had been shattered. Not good. Mo Xiaochai immediately used her power to protect the remaining few contracts. However, there was still an obscure and frightening power that penetrated through the contracts. The remaining 7 yin-yang elders all died in an instant. In the end, only Yang Hua and Ying Fengxiao were left on the scene. Yang Hua's complexion was pale, and his cheeks were dripping with cold sweat. He was completely unaware that the contracts contained such murderous intentions. As long as the distant human devil thought about it, he could kill the person who had signed the contract and keep the secret. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes trembled. If they all wanted to silence him, then how could he, who was well aware of the existence of the human devil, be spared? At this moment, the faintly discernible connection between him and the human devil suddenly fluctuated without any warning. It's over. He was also going to be silenced by the human devil. In his despair, he shouted, "Quick, save me." Mo Xiaochai's gaze turned cold. As expected, Yang Hua was going to be silenced as well. However, she was powerless to help. If Yang Hua had some kind of connection with the person behind this, then the other party could kill him from a great distance. She could not stop him. At this moment, Su Yu suddenly made his move. A transparent long knife was clenched in his palm. Life cutter knife. The knife sliced Yang Hua from head to toe. His body was not injured in the slightest, but there was something strange within his body that had been severed. Hearing an indistinct soft groan, Yang Hua's body went limp. The life cutter knife was an additional ability of the Dragon Crystal of Destiny. It could sever all abnormal fates. The connection that Yang Hua had established with the human devil had been severed by the life cutter knife. Mo Xiaochai stared at Su Yu's right hand in shock. It was as if she could see the life cutter knife in his palm. What is this thing? It can actually sever the connection between fates. Mo Xiaochai's eyes fluctuated deeply. She looked at Su Yu for a moment, then looked at Yang Hua. "Now, you can speak," Mo Xiaochai said indifferently. Yang Hua's heart was filled with fear. That human demon was cruel and merciless. He had killed her without hesitation. Thinking of this, Yang Hua shuddered. "I dare not say, but you can search my memory." Mo Xiaochai nodded slightly. Deep in her eyes, a golden light shone again. She looked at Yang Hua's eyes. Unexpectedly, as soon as she searched her soul, Yang Hua's soul was immediately set ablaze. Threads of blood-red light could be seen flowing through her spiritual body, igniting her entire soul. "Ah, human demon, you have harmed me," Yang Hua screamed. But she had only managed to shout this sentence before her soul was burned into nothingness. Moreover, the flames followed Yang Hua's soul and spread toward Mo Xiaochai. Fortunately, Mo Xiaochai restrained her golden eyes in time. She did not attract the fire. Looking at the dead Yang Hua, Su Yu sighed. He was not too surprised. The last time he had reconstructed his body, his cultivation level had strangely not dropped. Su Yu knew there was a problem. Now that he had ended up like this, he could only blame himself. Plotting with a tiger, one had to be prepared to feed on the tiger. Unfortunately, he still could not uncover the identity of the person behind this. He only knew the name human demon. Mo Xiaochai felt it was a pity. Finally, she looked at Ying Fengxiao. The golden light shone again. But after searching for a while, there was no useful information. Ying Fengxiao only knew that Yang Hua had sought refuge with an extremely powerful master. Apart from that, he knew nothing. You knew but did not report, almost causing a disaster for the Taiji faction. I will suggest to the faction master that you be stripped of your status as an elder of the Taiji faction and be imprisoned in the Dragon Prison Pass forever, Mo Xiaochai said coldly. Luckily, Su Yu had asked her to help. She had accidentally ruined Yang Hua's plan. Otherwise, if he had recruited 8 yin-yang elders in just 10 days, given enough time, the Taiji faction would have been emptied. Ying Fengxiao did not report what he knew for his own benefit. He should be severely punished. Wait. Su Yu muttered to himself. Everyone makes mistakes. Why not give Ying Fengxiao a chance to turn over a new leaf? Mo Xiaochai was surprised. Logically, Huangfu Liang and Su Yu should have a prejudice against Ying Fengxiao. After all, he had treated them badly in the past. Why was he speaking up for Ying Fengxiao now? Ying Fengxiao was startled and speechless. He stared at Su Yu with a complicated expression. After pausing for a moment, Mo Xiaochai said, "Fine, I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf on account of Law Enforcer Su. You can go to the uninhabited wasteland and develop it for the Taiji faction for 10,000 years. If you are still loyal to the Taiji faction at that time, we can consider accepting you back into the Taiji faction." Ying Fengxiao bowed bitterly. "Thank you, Peak Master Mo, for your kindness. With his performance, it would not be an exaggeration to keep him imprisoned in the Dragon Prison Pass forever. Exiling him to develop the wasteland was already a great show of mercy. Moreover, it was only for 10,000 years. Compared to exiling Huangfu Liang to the barbaric civilization for hundreds of thousands of years, it was not even worth mentioning. Humph. You can go now, Mo Xiaochai said in disgust. After dismissing the rest of the people, Mo Xiaochai smiled. This time, I have to thank the boss. I have made a great contribution. I can now ask the old faction master for something good. Su Yu calmly said, "It is my duty." Then do as you please. In the Taiji faction, you can do whatever you want. I will go and ask for the credit now. Mo Xiaochai said in one breath and disappeared. Since such a major event had happened, she naturally had to discuss it with the faction master. Su Yu smiled. He walked down the discipline peak and wandered aimlessly with his hands behind his back. Su Yu. At the foot of the mountain, a figure appeared in front of him. I thought I had good judgment, but I did not expect that when I was in trouble, the people who saved me were not the disciples I had treated well, but the people I had mistreated. Looking back, I am ashamed. The person who had come was none other than Ying Fengxiao. Su Yu calmly said, "An eye for an eye. If you had not secretly informed me, how would I have had the opportunity to eliminate the hidden danger in time?" Ying Fengxiao was startled. He then smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had not been able to hide his intentions from him. "I did not have good intentions." "It is nothing," Ying Fengxiao calmly said. "I know that you intended for Yang Hua and me to suffer." Ying Fengxiao did not deny it. Instead, he asked curiously, "Then why did you help me?" Su Yu did not say a word. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. He then put them away and calmly said, "This pair of yin-yang wings of Tai Chi has saved me many times in the past. That is why I helped you this time." The creator of the real emperor-level divine weapon yin-yang wings of Tai Chi was none other than Ying Fengxiao. Huangfu Liang had once said that his uncle had used the divine bones of an emperor to forge 3 sets of yin-yang wings of Tai Kai. One of them had been obtained by the Taiching divine warrior and ended up in Su Yu's hands. The other 2 were in the hands of someone else. Ying Fengxiao's expression changed. "Yin-yang wings of Tai Chi?" "Yes," Su Yu said. "No matter what, the divine weapon you forged has helped me, so it is not a big deal for me to help you once. That is all. Take care, Elder Ying." "Wait." Ying Fengxiao called out to Su Yu. "Do you want to upgrade the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi?" Chapter 1989. The Taiji yin-yang wings were already gradually becoming useless. When he recovered his late-stage dual crown emperor level cultivation, any step he took would be equivalent to the Taiji yin-yang wings. You might not know this, But the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Wings is a divine weapon that I discovered from a remnant scroll of an ancient weapon. Its greatest characteristic is that it can continuously grow. As long as you fuse a higher level bone into the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Wings, it will be able to increase its grade. My abilities are limited, so I can only find the bones of 4 crown emperors to refine into a true emperor-level divine weapon. If you can find bones of an even higher level, there is hope that it can be improved further. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. After so many years, he didn't know that the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole were divine weapons that could grow. What if I add the Pathmaster's skeleton? Su Yu asked all of a sudden. Ying Fengxiao muttered, I'm not too sure about that. That remnant scroll did not have detailed records. I was lucky to barely be able to refine it. The 3 Taiji yin-yang wings took me no less than 30,000 years. To be able to reach this level is already my limit. Excitement flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He had 2 pieces of the common people's Pathmaster's bones. If it was integrated into the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi, what kind of transformation would it undergo? Would it become a Dao artifact immortal embryo? However, when you upgrade the Tai Chi yin-yang wings, you'd better be more cautious. One of the other 2 Tai Chi yin-yang wings has already been destroyed, and the other has fallen into the hands of an Earth Elder. Do you understand what I'm saying? Su Yu's heart trembled slightly. He naturally understood. The yin-yang Tai Chi wings were magic treasures that could grow, which meant that one of them could fuse with the other and be upgraded. Out of the 2, one of them was destroyed, which probably meant that it had been fused. Growth-type divine weapons are so rare, why did you give them away so easily back then? Ying Fengxiao sighed bitterly. Back then, the Tai Chi yin-yang wings were useless to me. Later on, when I realized its potential, I wanted to refine it again, but I lacked the yin-yang heavenly crystal. This heavenly crystal was discovered together with the ancient weapon. Later on, I searched the Tai Chi civilization, but I couldn't find a second one. So, although I wanted to refine it again, it was already impossible. He looked helpless. If there are no accidents, the Tai Chi yin-yang wings that you and that elder Di have are the only 2 left in the world. I hope you cherish them and don't let them be taken away by others. Su Yu came to his senses and cupped his fists. Thank you, Elder Ying. Ari, I should be the one thanking you. Windward Smile waved his hand. Goodbye. After seeing Ying Fengxiao off into the distance, Su Yu could not wait to go back and rebuild the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. However, Ying Fengxiao's reminder made Su Yu stop his thoughts. It was not the right time yet. He continued to stroll around as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he encountered many Taiji sect disciples along the way. It could be said that they avoided him, afraid to approach him. Damn! The owner who asked for the wine was so ruthless. Not only did he snatch Yang Hua's woman, he even came knocking on his door and borrowed the discipline peak to take Yang Hua away. It's a pity that senior brother Yang Hua met the rich and imposing boss Su. Why is he pitiful? Don't you know what kind of person Yang Hua is? I can only say that evil people need to be tempered by evil people. Su Yu was speechless. He was already a villain in the Tai Chi faction. As he pondered this, 10 pillars of light suddenly shot up from the 10 peaks of the Taiji sect. They crisscrossed and turned into a huge net that covered the sky. Looking up, the net was filled with stars, yin and yang energies. Complex Sanskrit words flowed on it. Heavenly Star 9 Yin 9 Yang Great Formation? Su Yu was secretly surprised. He was not unfamiliar with this formation. The Great Formation had just been activated when Mo Xiao Chai suddenly appeared beside him. She grabbed him and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, Su Yu was in a dignified secret chamber. There were 20 people sitting in the secret chamber. However, the cultivation levels of these 20 people were enough to make an ordinary person grovel on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Because every one of their cultivation levels was at the 4-crown divine realm. Among them, 17 wore silver robes. This was the uniform of the Earth Elders. 2 of them wore golden robes. This was Elder Tian, the only 2 Elder Tian of the Tai Chi faction. The last person was surrounded by yin and yang energies. He sat steadily in the middle. His cultivation level was unfathomable. It could not be sensed at all. Without a doubt, he was the current master of the Tai Chi faction, the only 5-crown divine realm. I've already brought him here. Ask whatever you want. Mo Xiao Chai shrugged. The master of the Tai Chi faction did not say a word. The 2 elder Tian beside him were sizing Su Yu up. The elder Tian on the left was a white-haired old woman. She held a walking stick. Her eyes were turbid and there was a scar between her brows. It looked like an open eye. It was extremely terrifying. You must be the owner of the wine. You have a 2-crown divine realm at such a young age. Later stage. Did your cultivation level drop for some reason? The old woman saw through him. Su Yu's heart trembled. Elder Tian's cultivation level was at the middle stage of the 4-crown divine realm. Elder Tian was at the later stage. If he had the opportunity, he could break through to the 5-crown divine realm at any time. Facing such a powerful expert, he had no choice but to be cautious. Yes, if Elder Tian has any questions, please ask away, Su Yu said, neither servile nor overbearing. His calm demeanor caused Elder Tian to nod. It seems like you already know what we want to ask you. Then I will ask, what happened to the ancient human tribe? They had already learned about it from Yin Yu's memories. Now they wanted to understand it from Su Yu's point of view. Su Yu did not hide anything and told them everything. Knowing that they had entered the ancient house in the dark forest and found a stone hammer, the expressions of the 20 people present turned serious. After the old woman finished asking, she fell into deep thought. The other golden-robed elder stared at Su Yu from beginning to end, his eyes flickering with suspicion from time to time. His body was filled with an unusually strong yin and yang energy. The left side of his body was pale white, while the right side was dark. It was a strange existence of black and white. Then, how did you enter the ancient human tribe? He questioned in front of everyone. Su Yu said calmly, of course I followed the 3 disciples who were carrying out a mission and picked the 9 yin grass. He said that he had followed them so confidently. Elder Tian was slightly startled. He snorted. How could it be so easy to follow them? Did someone tip you off? I was the one who tipped them off. I was also the one who added the scent of tracking to the 3 disciples. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Mo Xiaochai crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at him. Elder Haitian's voice choked and he snorted. Nonsense. As the peak master of the discipline peak, you knowingly violated the law. Now, you even faked a person of unknown origin as a member of the Tai Chi faction. Do you know how great the harm is? Mo Xiaochai curled her lips. Please, you should be grateful to me. Without my divine foresight, would Boss Su have discovered the ancient human tribe? Wouldn't it have been monopolized by Li Feng? Without me taking precautions and letting Boss Su capture Yang Hua as a law enforcer, would you have known that the Tai Chi faction had been corrupted by the divine manipulator behind the scenes? Why can't you tell right from wrong? Mo Xiaochai said angrily. What a joke. She had come here to claim credit. Why did this guy make it sound like she was guilty? Elder Haitian snorted coldly. The result is right, but the method is wrong. In short what? Do you want to fight? Mo Xiaochai said angrily. Mo Xiaochai had long disliked this picky Elder Tian. No matter what she did, this Elder Tian would always be long-winded. Speaking of which, she had been sealed in the dragon prison pass several times because of this Elder Tian. Thinking of this, she became even more annoyed and glared at him. The 2 of them were ready to fight at any moment. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The enemy is in front of us. We should discuss how to solve the problem in front of us. The old woman Elder Tian interrupted the rising tension between the 2. Mo Xiaochai snorted. What is there to discuss? Mobilize the power of the entire civilization and eliminate that so-called human devil. The group of Elder Earth and Elder Tian shook their heads slightly. The black and white elders were even more ruthless. Simple limbs but developed brains. From that teleportation talisman, it can be inferred that his strength is above the sect master, not below him. Eliminate? What do we use to eliminate him? Mo Xiaochai disagreed. Then why don't you say something? The black and white elders snorted but did not speak. He also did not pay attention. To be exact, everyone present was thinking hard about countermeasures. However, no matter how they looked at it, it was a dead end. After the sect master saw that teleportation talisman, he only said one sentence: "I am not his opponent." One could imagine the terrible strength of that human devil. Rashly killing him was like throwing an egg against a stone. The secret chamber fell into silence. No one said a word. Suyu also stood quietly in the corner. "Hey, I didn't pull you here to look at empty air. If you have any ideas, just say it." Mo Xiaochai pushed Suyu out from the corner. Everyone looked at Suyu and shook their heads. Elder Black White Heaven shouted, "Peak Master Mo, we are in a critical situation. Don't cause trouble." "Hey, what do you mean by causing trouble?" "I'm not causing trouble, and I don't see you coming up with anything useful," Mo Xiaochai retorted mercilessly. "Boss Su is the most treacherous." "Oh, I'm wrong, the most intelligent person I know. He might have a solution." Elder Black White Heaven only smiled disapprovingly. The other elders also withdrew their gazes and fell into deep thought again. Only the old woman looked at Mo Xiaochai meaningfully. Then, she fixed her gaze on Suyu and said, "Boss Su, the safety of the Tai Chi civilization is everyone's responsibility. If you have an idea, why don't you say it? We can discuss it together." Since the other party had said so, Suyu would be at a disadvantage if he continued to hide it. Moreover, he did not want the human devil to wreak havoc in the Tai Chi civilization. "We don't have enough power to deal with the human devil, but why don't we broaden our horizons and look beyond the civilization?" "Why do you say that?" the old woman asked. "Of course, it's with the help of forces beyond the Tai Chi civilization." Suyu had always had a strong sense of the big picture and was never constrained by the present. A look of disappointment flashed in the old woman's eyes. She said, "Maybe you don't know, but the nearest 5-star civilization to our Tai Chi civilization takes 10 years to get there and back. But we obviously don't have 10 years. If there were inter-civilization transportation portals between the 5-star civilizations, they might be able to arrive in a short time with starstones." However, the Tai Chi civilization had never established inter-civilization transportation portals with any 5-star civilizations. It was already difficult to contact them, let alone ask for help. Suyu's idea was too whimsical. Chapter 1990. The people present were deep in thought. A power outside of civilization? The old woman said, "Please elaborate." Suyu calmly said, "Bounty hunters." He had learned from Supreme Lord Huolong's memories that there were many strong martial artists scattered around the Great Beginning Realm. They formed a relatively loose alliance called the Hunter Alliance. Their goal was to head to various civilizations and take on missions with bounties. Supreme Lord Huolong had been discovered by a group of powerful bounty hunters who had taken on missions. They felt that he was a rare commodity and sent one of the hunters to hunt him down. From Supreme Lord Huolong's memories, the only bounty hunter chasing him was the 3-Crown Emperor, but there were many powerful beings among that group of hunters. Among them, 2 were peak 5-Crown Emperors, 10 were mid-stage 5-Crown Emperors, and 30 were early-stage 5-Crown Emperors. As for 4-Crown Emperors, there were countless. If he could invite them, so what if they were demons? The old woman sighed and shook her head. The abilities of the bounty hunters are too low. I'm afraid they won't be able to take on such a big responsibility. The group of elders also sighed silently. Mr. Su was really too whimsical. The Hunter Alliance was famous, but those powerful hunters usually only took on missions in 6-star civilizations and above. Why would they come to 5-star civilizations? I was surprised to learn that a few years ago, a group of powerful hunters passed by this area, Suyu calmly said. The old woman did not think much of it. How powerful could Suyu be? But she still asked, "Is that so? How powerful?" "About 45 crown emperors," Suyu said softly. Hearing this, the old woman and the elders present were shocked. 40 to 50? Why don't you say 4 to 500? The black and white elders expressed their doubts. Do you know what 40 to 55 crown emperors mean to the Hunter Alliance? It means 1% of the Alliance's power. Unless it was a level 7 mission from a 7-star civilization, It would be impossible to gather so many 5-crown emperors. But how could a level 7 mission appear in a 5-star civilization? Su Yu's eyes were calm, expressionless as he took out Supreme Lord Huolong. He pointed with a finger and extracted a fragment of his soul. Coincidentally, it was at the moment when Supreme Lord Huolong encountered the group of hunters. The vast group of hunters could be seen, and the 5-crown emperors could be clearly sensed. There were countless of them. The black and white elders' gazes were fixed on the fragment, unable to say a word. The rest of the elders were pleasantly surprised and started to discuss it on the spot. There are actually so many powerful hunters gathered here. Something big must have happened nearby. If we can get them to help us, eliminating the demonic humans will be a piece of cake. But how can we invite them? With so many high-level hunters, even if our Taiji sect used everything we had, we might not be able to move them. Su Yu retrieved the true Lord Fire Dragon and returned to the corner expressionlessly. He had already done everything he could. The rest was up to them. They believed that with the wisdom of the Taiji sect, there was no way they could not think of a way. Since it had nothing to do with Su Yu, he was happy to relax and sit cross-legged at the side. After the meeting ended, he could return to Wonjiu and make plans to leave the Taiji civilization. The most important thing was to collect star stones. So long as one had enough star stones, one could go anywhere. Right at this moment, Su Yu's fate line was suddenly disrupted without warning, as if a great danger was rapidly approaching. His heart skipped a beat and he suddenly opened his eyes. What was going on? Am I being targeted? With a thought, he fixed his eyes on his body and found that the 5-crown emperor's offensive talisman, which he had plundered, was floating in the air above the 9 jade spiritual pearl. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur when it was not activated, and that was, someone else was controlling it. As for who it was, there was no need to guess. Where did the talisman come from? Throw it out quickly, or it will be activated, Xiao Dai reminded him suddenly. Su Yu's heart tightened, and his pupils shrank slightly. Without thinking, he threw it into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. At the same time, he shouted, "Get out of the way. That person has activated the talisman." As soon as the talisman was thrown out, it started burning immediately. This was the attack of the 5-crown emperor. If it really exploded, most of the people present would not be able to escape death. Su Yu rushed out of the secret room in a flash without hesitation. He had been too careless. How could he have forgotten about the talisman? That demonic humans could use the master-servant contract to kill people from a distance. So, what was the point of detonating the talisman that he had made? The rest of the elders were slightly stunned. When they sensed the terrifying power that erupted from the talisman, they came to their senses and fled. However, they were already a beat too slow. How fast could they possibly be? Seeing that the talisman was about to explode, the yin and yang energy on the surface of the Tai Chi faction master's body suddenly vibrated. He reached out and gripped the air. A shocking, desolate power instantly enveloped the talisman. Boom! 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 Amidst the desolate power, a fiery red ball exploded from within the talisman, emitting a frightening and threatening aura. The desolate power could not completely envelop it. The violent explosion caused the surrounding desolate power to expand continuously. It seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Everyone, retreat from the faction immediately. The Tai Chi faction master bellowed. With him suppressing it, the explosion of the talisman slowed down, giving them enough time to leave. In an instant, the various elders rushed into the sky. They even uprooted the other 9 peaks of the Tai Chi faction, taking them along with the Tai Chi faction disciples. Boom! Just as they left the Tai Chi faction's perimeter, an explosion pierced through the sky behind them. A mass of blood-red light covered the sky, radiating across the entire Tai Chi city. It was as if the entire world had been engulfed in a blood-red light. Incomparably ferocious waves of air swept toward them from behind. The entire Tai Chi city seemed to be on a wave, rolling up and down. When the waves of air subsided, they turned around and saw that the former Tai Chi faction had been razed to the ground. Nothing was left. The only thing that had not been moved was the sect master's peak. It had already disappeared, leaving behind only an incomparably deep pit. Several pieces of the Tai Chi faction master's robes remained in the pit. There was nothing else. Sect Master. A group of elders rushed over and picked up the sect master's robes. Crack. At this moment, the two heaven elders and Mo Xiao Chai simultaneously heard a shattering sound from their bodies. Their faces stiffened at the same time. They each took out a broken nameplate. The words Sect Master were carved on it. The Sect Master has passed away. Someone let out a sorrowful cry. Immediately, all the yin-yang elders present knelt down with a thud and cried bitterly. Sect Master. The two heaven elders were stunned for a long time. Then, they slowly knelt down and bowed deeply toward the deep pit. Mo Xiao Chai's face flashed with sorrow and hatred. Human demon. The two heaven elders' faces were also filled with anger. But their anger was not directed at the same person. The black and white elder was especially angry at Su Yu. He stood up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You killed the sect master. Although the old woman did not speak, her gaze toward Su Yu was filled with indescribable suspicion. Why was that talisman on Su Yu's body? Give me your life. The black and white elder opened his mouth and shouted. A terrifying, primordial force came crashing down. If Su Yu did not resist, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. 6 chains of different colors shot out from his back, weaving into a giant net that sealed off the area in front of him. Bang! The great force came crashing down. Su Yu was sent flying thousands of miles away. More than half of his body had been shattered. Fortunately, he had the law of life. He recovered in an instant and was not seriously injured. It's better that you're not dead. I'll make you wish you were dead. The black and white elder did not say anything. A chain of law formed in his palm and he pointed it at Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes were cold. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was the doing of the human demon. But the black and white elder did not dare hate the human demon. Instead, he hated Su Yu. Humph! Mo Xiaochai's nostrils flared. Her golden eyes glared. The black and white elder screamed in response. He covered his head and roared ferociously, Mo Xiaochai, you are harboring the murderer of the faction master. Mo Xiaochai did not say a word. She flashed over. Her palms ignored the bodies of the black and white elder and directly reached into his head. She grabbed his soul. Her tone was filled with murderous intent. The faction master is in danger. I am very curious. Why did you, the dignified elder Tian, suddenly lose your cool? A trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. The unexpected death of the faction master was indeed a shocking event that shook the Tai Chi faction. But Elder Tian had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Did he not have the temperament to handle such matters? At such a critical juncture, he had killed indiscriminately and harbored evil intentions. She was 100% sure that the black and white elder had pretended to be crazy to take the opportunity to kill Su Yu. The old woman also looked at the black and white elder suspiciously. His reaction was indeed too abnormal. The elders had not lost their composure, but the dignified elder Tian was acting like a madman. However, the old woman was shocked by Mo Xiaochai's strength. She had easily subdued the black and white elder. In the past, the two of them had been at loggerheads for a long time. However, Mo Xiaochai had never taken the initiative to make a move. Hence, no one knew her true strength. But now, it seemed that it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a 5-crown emperor. The black and white elder was even more frightened. Mo Xiaochai's strength was too terrifying. In the past, he had thought that he could fight Mo Xiaochai to a standstill. But now, it seemed that her strength was so terrifying that he had no power to resist. His soul could be extinguished in an instant. Recalling the countless years of rumors that had circulated in the Tai Chi faction, the black and white elders' hearts were filled with fear. Perhaps, Mo Xiaochai was really a powerful existence at the level of the faction master. Have you calmed down? Mo Xiaochai asked indifferently. The black and white elder did not dare to act rashly. He did not even dare to contradict her. Mo Xiaochai let go of him and said indifferently, life and death are decreed by fate. The fall of the faction master is something that will happen sooner or later. Her tone was flat, revealing the vicissitudes of life. It was as if she had experienced many similar things. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. How many years had she lived for? Or had she experienced more than one change of faction master? Anyway, the historical records stated that when the previous faction master fell, the coronation of the new faction master was held by Mo Xiaochai herself. Chapter 1991. According to the rules set by the first faction master, when the old faction master dies, the new faction master should be elected, Mo Xiaochai said indifferently, her eyes drifting to the black and white elder. The old woman sighed softly, feeling envious and helpless. The rest of the elders cast envious glances at her. Not bad. There was only one candidate for the current faction master, the black and white elder. He was the oldest elder in the Tai Chi faction, older than the old woman by 100 million years. Under normal circumstances, the black and white elder's lifespan would not outlive the faction master. The title of faction master candidate was just for show. The black and white elder and the outsiders had never thought that he would become the faction master. But things had happened too suddenly. The old faction master had fallen, and the black and white elder, as the faction master candidate, would become the new faction master. Only now did the black and white elders suddenly realize this. Their aged eyes flickered with deep excitement and hidden ecstasy. He was going to become the faction master. Su Yu's face darkened. This person had a strong hostility towards him. If he became the faction master, would Mo Xiaochai still be able to control him? Probably not. At that time, if he wanted to kill Su Yu, who could stop him? Su Yu's heart sank slightly. The appointment of the new faction master is imminent. It will be held now. Everyone, follow me. Mo Xiaochai really had the supreme right to be crowned the faction master. The black and white elder was high-spirited, laughing in his heart. He had never thought that he would be elected as the faction master one day. Although Mo Xiaochai was powerful, judging from her past performances, she could not go against the wishes of the faction master. From now on, there would be no need for her. Instead, she could make full use of her absolute strength. Looking at the old woman and elder Di, the black and white elder's eyes flickered sinisterly. It seemed that they had to be intimidated in order to convince the masses. Otherwise, when the faction master became the next faction master, they would not be in awe. Suddenly, she glanced at Su Yu, and a light flashed in her heart. What could be more shocking than making Mo Xiaochai kneel at his feet? She had to obey the order to kill Su Yu personally. Even if she surrendered, what could the rest of the people do? Thinking of this, the black and white elder chuckled. Boss Su has witnessed the death of the old faction master. Now, let's witness the birth of the new faction master. This isn't appropriate. Mo Xiaochai seemed to understand what the black and white elders were thinking. She said, "The sovereign has confirmed that outsiders are not allowed to be present here. Boss Su, you must leave immediately. You must go as far as you can. Do you understand?" This meant that he should leave the Taiji civilization as soon as possible. The black and white civilization ruled by the black and white elders no longer had a place for Su Yu. If he did not leave now, he would be in danger. She also didn't want the black and white elders to become the sect master, but the rules were like this, and she couldn't change it. The moment he became the faction master, Su Yu would be in danger. What's wrong with it? Is it the rules that forbid it, or are you the one who forbids it? The black and white elders asked back, faintly putting on the airs of a sect master. Mo Xiaochai remained silent for a while. She carefully checked the rules, and there was indeed no rule that forbade outsiders from watching the coronation of the new sovereign. Fine, all of you, follow me. Mo Xiaochai didn't have the strength to refute them. She could only secretly think of a way to save Su Yu. Mo Xiaochai led everyone to the central area of the Taiji sect, which had been razed to the ground. Although the landscape of the Taiji sect was no longer what it used to be, one could still see an incomparably huge yin-yang fish-eye diagram below the Taiji sect. The two fish eyes were now exposed. The elders of the Taiji sect were no strangers to this. The two fish eyes were connected to the same place, the Dragon Prison Pass. That place was used to suppress the traitors of the Taiji sect, or the people of the Taiji civilization who had committed the most heinous crimes. The white fish eyes could only be entered, and the black fish eyes could only be exited. The coronation ceremony of the faction master, which few people knew, was being held in the Dragon Prison Pass. Everyone entered the white fish eyes one after another, entering a world of darkness. It was somewhat similar to the underground world where the ancient people's tribe lived. The difference was that this place was open, and everywhere was filled with vicious criminals who were imprisoned here. They fought and killed each other here, never to leave again. In the darkness, pairs of eyes swept over them, but when they saw Mo Xiao Chai and the others, they retreated in panic. No one was blind enough to rob the main force of the Taiji sect. Under Mo Xiao Chai's lead, they passed through the long exile area, and finally arrived at the end of the Dragon Prison Pass. A huge mountain in the shape of a 5 fingers mountain was pressing down on a stone dragon. Looking at it, it seemed that no matter how hard the stone dragon roared at the sky, it couldn't break free from the mountain. The dragon's mouth was open, and it was covered with a layer of seal at the level of a 5-crown emperor. With a casual wave of Mo Xiao Chai's hand, the seal was undone. Such a move once again convinced them that Mo Xiao Chai had the terrifying strength of a faction master. Mo Xiao Chai frowned. She had tried to throw Su Yu aside along the way, but the black and white elders were watching Su Yu closely, and their intentions could not be clearer. They would definitely kill Su Yu to warn the others. While hesitating, they entered the dragon's mouth. A magnificent hall came into view, and the entire hall was decorated with all kinds of top-grade divine stones. There were also countless treasures piled up in the 4 corners, dazzling and innumerable. Many of them made the 2 elders' hearts palpitate. Could these treasures belong to the faction master? The black and white elders' eyes were filled with greed. They were accumulated by me, Mo Xiao Chai said indifferently. With her love for wealth, it would be strange if she hadn't accumulated so many treasures. The black and white elders looked resentfully at the end of the hall, where a throne was covered in dust. Behind the throne, there was a mysterious stone wall circulating the energies of yin and yang. A pair of huge eyes could be faintly seen hidden within, making people shudder. "What is that?" the crowd asked uneasily. Mo Xiao Chai indifferently said, "It's the gazing heaven eye that was left behind by the first sovereign. It can identify the authenticity of the sovereign's candidate. Any candidate must undergo the examination of the gazing heaven eye. Only after obtaining its approval can one become the new sovereign." The black and white elders could not help but feel anxious. At such a critical juncture, there must be no accidents. Before the coronation, please stand in front of the heavenly eye and accept its inspection. The black and white elders nodded, forcing themselves to remain calm as they walked in front of the stone wall. As they approached, the huge eye inside immediately shot out a red light, focusing on the black and white elders. Under the illumination, a crown of yin and yang energy immediately appeared on the heads of the black and white elders. This was the candidate crown that the current faction master gave to the faction master when he was confirmed as a faction master candidate. This crown could only be applied by the current faction master through the faction master's token. Other than that, there was no possibility of imitation. Mo Xiao Chai's eyes flashed with disappointment. She had hoped that there would be an accident during the examination. But now it seemed that everything was heading in the worst direction, and there was no stopping it. "The identity is confirmed without a doubt," Mo Xiao Chai indifferently said. She waved her sleeve, and the dust-covered throne for countless years was swept away, revealing a dazzling throne. This was the symbol of the highest status of a 5-star civilization. Sitting on it meant that one would be able to control a civilization and command a region from then on. "Go up," Mo Xiao Chai expressionlessly said. The black and white elders were excited. Their bodies trembled as they came in front of the throne. Their palms stroked the throne, and their eyes were full of excitement. Then, they sat down on it. Suddenly, celestial music fell in the hall. It was extraordinarily beautiful. The old woman and the other elders sighed in their hearts. They knelt on one knee. "Greetings, faction master." Faction master, one day, he would become the faction master. The black and white elders gazed at their former colleagues, who were now kneeling at their feet. They felt as if they were in a dream. It took a long time for them to adapt. "Faction master's token, please keep it." Mo Xiaochai took out a wordless token and engraved the word Faction Master on it. Then, she grabbed a wisp of her aura and inserted it into the token. The token that Mo Xiaochai had casually engraved actually had an effect. What kind of existence was she exactly? But, no matter what kind of existence she was, she knelt on one knee and said to the Black and White Elders, "Greetings, Faction Master." Seeing her surrender, the Black and White Elders were completely relieved. Now, it was time to shock them. Peak Master Mo, Su Yu plotted against the former Faction Master. He is guilty of a heinous crime. Now, I order you to personally kill Su Yu, the Black and White Elders said. The old woman and the other elders knew that the Black and White Elders, or more accurately, the new Faction Master was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. If Mo Xiaochai resisted, it would be difficult for them to trust the authority of the new Faction Master. But if Mo Xiaochai obeyed, then what right did they have to object? Even someone as strong as Mo Xiaochai had done so. They had no room to object. Mo Xiaochai closed her eyes. Sure enough, although she had the right to be crowned the Faction Master, for some reason, she could not rebel against the Faction Master, even if she hated the Faction Master. Slowly standing up, Mo Xiaochai cast a helpless look at Su Yu. Her eyes were flickering with a hidden meaning. She meant that when she chased after him, he had to run. She had indeed accepted the order to kill Su Yu. But if Su Yu ran away, it would not be considered a violation of the oath. Then, with a flash, she immediately rushed toward Su Yu. Su Yu understood tacitly. With a flash, he appeared at the exit of the Great Hall. He was about to escape. But Mo Xiaochai chased after him unhurriedly. She faked a light shout, "Where do you think you are going?" The Black and White Elders were furious. They slapped the throne with one hand and instantly appeared at the exit. Their palms struck toward the top of Su Yu's head. Their attack was ruthless. With Peak Master Mo's ability, can't you even take down a small double-crowned divine warrior? Su Yu used all his strength to protect himself as the palm struck. But he was still sent flying far away, heavily smashing into the stone wall. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His gaze toward the Black and White Elders was filled with endless coldness. Why did the other party insist on killing him? But the reason was no longer important. What was important was that today would not be a good day. In front of a four-crowned divine warrior, Mo Xiaochai was powerless. Moreover, there were many strong martial artists of the Tai Chi faction here. How difficult would it be to escape? Su Yu really did not expect that he would not be able to return from this trip to the Tai Chi faction. The Black and White Elders appeared in front of Su Yu, sneering as they stared at the cornered Su Yu. They said indifferently, "Peak Master Mo, make your move. As the Peak Master of the Discipline Peak, you should personally punish the sinner." Mo Xiaochai bit her red lips and slowly walked forward. Was she really in a desperate situation? If she killed Su Yu with her own hands, how could she explain this to Huangfu Liang? Chapter 1992. Mo Xiaochai raised her eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. She was hesitant. Suddenly, Mo Xiaochai seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the stone wall. The heaven-gazing eye, which had just fallen silent, shone brightly again. Two beams of blood-red light shot out, intertwining with each other on Su Yu's body. Mo Xiaochai's heart sank. The heavenly eye would react to anyone who stood in front of it. Her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something. Suddenly, her gaze froze and her expression froze as she stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Two beams of blood-red light shone on Su Yu's body, and a crown made of yin and yang energy appeared on top of his head. Her strange expression attracted the attention of the Black and White Elders, the old woman, and the Earth Elders. They all looked at her. But with one look, everyone was petrified. Coming back to her senses, the old woman said in astonishment, "An outsider can also detect the identity of the sect leader's candidate. Is there a problem with the heaven-gazing eye?" The elders were also puzzled. How could an outsider like Su Yu be recognized as a candidate for the faction master by the heaven-gazing eyes? This was too absurd. The Black and White Elder's eyes darkened as he felt a slight threat. Su Yu pretended to be a candidate for the faction master and threatened the foundation of the Tai Chi faction. His crime is unforgivable. The Black and White Elders took the initiative to attack, wanting to put Su Yu to death. However, just as his figure flashed in front of Su Yu, Mo Xiaochai appeared without any warning. She grabbed the Black and White Elder's hand, which was about to slap Su Yu's head. Wait! Mo Xiaochai's eyes flickered with bewilderment. The uneasiness in the hearts of the Black and White Elders became even more intense when they saw Mo Xiaochai's attack. They shouted in a deep voice, "You dare to disobey the sovereign's order?" Mo Xiaochai gently shook her head. The heavenly gaze has existed for countless billions of years, and it has never made any mistakes. Since it has recognized Su Yu as the faction master's candidate, then he is qualified to inherit the position of faction master. This is a rule that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Tai Chi faction. Even if you are the current faction master, you have no right to change it. The Black and White Elders said, "So what if he is a real candidate? Since I've become the new sect leader, I've lost the right to inherit." Mo Xiaochai didn't speak. She just waved her palm and casually shook off the Black and White Elders. She then looked at Su Yu and asked, "Can you let me see something on your body?" Su Yu was also extremely shocked. He had actually been recognized as a candidate to become the sect master of the Taiji sect. Suddenly, Su Yu's heart shook, and he took out a white stone that was about to shatter. Upon seeing this item, everyone's pupils constricted, including the Black and White Elders. Mo Xiaochai's eyes revealed traces of excitement and surprise. "Heavenly Star Spirit Stone? How did you get it?" The Black and White Elders' hearts trembled in disbelief. The Heavenly Star Stone was said to be the core of the Taiji sect's Heavenly Star 9 Yin 9 Yang Great Array. The method of setting up the Great Array was discovered from the Heavenly Star Stone. This divine stone had always been kept in the hands of the sect master. When a new sect master took over, the divine stone would be transferred to the new sect master. However, the divine starstone's whereabouts had been unknown since the last sect master. It was said that it was lost during the inheritance of the sect master before that. He had never expected that he would appear in Su Yu's hands. Mo Xiaochai stared at her and said, "The Heavenly Star Godstone had fallen into the hands of the previous candidate for the sect master, Sima by Di. He had disappeared for no apparent reason, and the Heavenly Star Godstone was also lost. Therefore, the position of the sect master had fallen into the hands of the previous sect master." Her eyes brightened with surprise and joy as she stared at Su Yu. "The Heavenly Star Godstone has fallen into your hands, and you are its master. No wonder you were able to test the qualifications of the candidate for the sect master." Hearing this, the Black and White Elders could not wait any longer. "So what? I am already the sect master. If the candidate wants to succeed me, wait until I am dead." The murderous intent in his heart was extremely strong. He would never give Su Yu the opportunity to take the position. Unfortunately, Mo Xiaochai said with a faint smile, "According to the rules, if the previous candidate for the sect master is not dead, the next candidate will have to wait." What? Everyone's eyes flickered. Mo Xiaochai meant, Su Yu is the successor of the previous two candidates for the sect master. His ranking should be above yours. Therefore, he should be the first to assume the position of sect master. "Then, it will be your turn," Mo Xiaochai said indifferently. The Black and White Elders felt as if something was blocking their chests. They said in a low voice, "But I am already the sect master, isn't that simple? Can't we just abolish him?" Mo Xiaochai was expressionless. She said indifferently, "In the name of Mo Xiaochai, I exercise my second right, abolish the current sect master." She clenched her fist in the air, and the clan master's identity token in the arms of the Black and White Elders shattered into powder. "From now on, you will resume your status as Elder Tian. You will no longer be the sect master," Mo Xiaochai said in a dull tone. The Black and White Elders fell from the sky to the ground. How could they accept their fate? They roared, "You don't have the right to abolish the sect master. I refuse to accept this." Sure, a golden light flickered in Mo Xiaochai's pupils, and the Black and White Elders' souls sank into an acute pain. The intense pain made him gradually sober up. Mo Xiaochai was serious. "I will say this for the last time. I have the power to crown a new sect master, And I also have the power to abolish a wrongly appointed sect master. You belong to the latter, so abolishing you is my power, Mo Xiaochai coldly said. Then, he engraved a new identity token. Compared to the token of the discipline and discipline peaks enforcers not long ago, the words sect master were engraved on it. Mo Xiaochai then stuffed it into Su Yu's bosom and said, "Faction master, please sit on the throne." Su Yu was extremely shocked, and he felt like he was dreaming. He had become the sect master of a 5-star civilization? Just because he had accidentally obtained the White Emperor Divine Stone when he was a 4-star civilization? However, thinking about it carefully, the heavenly star 9 Yin and 9 Yang Great Formation in the Wind Cloud Villa was indeed full of mysteries. According to Huangfu Liang, the heavenly star 9 Yin and 9 Yang Great Formation was a mysterious ancient formation that only the sect master could master. How could the Wind Cloud Villa have it? Now it seemed that the founder of the Wind Cloud Villa, the first-generation Villa Master, was a candidate for the sect master of the Tai Chi faction. Moreover, he had successfully assumed the position of sect master. He really did not expect that when the White Emperor Divine Stone recognized him as its master, it would give him an unexpected identity, a candidate for the sect master of the Tai Chi faction. Looking at the throne, Su Yu sat on it without hesitation. Mo Xiaochai smiled and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, sect master." The old woman and the group of elders were surprised, and they also paid their respects to the new sect master. It had only been a short while, but they had all paid their respects to the 2 sect masters at the same time. It was really an eye-opener. Su Yu smiled indifferently. His gaze was fixed on the black and white elders. He stood firmly, clenching his fists. His eyes were filled with deep dissatisfaction. The position of sect master should have been his. "Black and white elders, do you know your crime?" Su Yu said indifferently. His eyes were like the spring of a winter lake, crystal clear and cold. He had tried to kill Su Yu at every turn. Su Yu could not find any reason to let him go. The black and white elders felt a slight chill in their hearts. They could not help but regret their actions just now. There was no turning back now. "Humph. If you want me to recognize you as the new sect master, you must first achieve some result." The black and white elders snorted righteously. They then turned around and left. As long as he left the Dragon Prison Pass, he would immediately leave the 5-star civilization and never return. But how could Su Yu let him do as he wished? Peak Master Mo, the black and white elders killed a law enforcement disciple without any reason. They even wanted to kill him even though they knew he was a candidate for the sect master. According to the rules, how should such people be dealt with? Mo Xiaochai had long been unhappy with the black and white elders. However, the previous sect master had always been biased toward them and had shielded them in every way. Mo Xiaochai could not do anything about it. But now, according to the rules, Elder Tian will be stripped of his status and imprisoned in the Dragon Prison Pass forever, Mo Xiaochai said. Su Yu said indifferently, "Then why not carry it out? I am happy to help." Mo Xiaochai laughed coldly. She turned her head and stared at the black and white elders who were speeding away. She felt that there was a saying in the book that was very true. A sin caused by the heavens can be avoided, but a sin brought upon oneself cannot be avoided. If the black and white elders had honestly come to be crowned as the new sect master, he would have already secured the position of sect master. But he had not died. He had insisted on bringing Su Yu in and had even tried to kill him. What was the result? Su Yu was actually a more preferred candidate and had replaced him as the new sect master. Moreover, due to the previous actions of the black and white elders, there was no possibility of Su Yu surviving. This was the first time she had seen such a self-inflicted death. The black and white elders were terrified. They instantly fled to the outside world. However, Mo Xiaochai's body flashed casually, and she appeared in front of him. Then, a golden light shot out from her eyes. The black and white elders immediately fell to the ground in pain. They shouted, "The new sect master has pushed aside the old hero. Everyone, please uphold justice for me." The old woman and the group of elders were expressionless. They had no intention of helping. The previous actions of the black and white elders made it impossible for them to find a reason to plead for leniency. They could only say that what was done was done. Mo Xiaochai casually took the other identity token of the Black and White Elders. At the same time, she sealed the cultivation base of the Black and White Elders. She took all of his belongings and gave them to Su Yu. Su Yu accepted them and stood up. Now, let's go back. The group left the Dragon Prison Pass. Only the Black and White Elders remained. They would never be able to come out again. The Earth Elders took out the mountain peaks that they had taken away and placed them in the original location of the Tai Chi faction. Apart from the faction Master Peak, there was not much of a border. Many of the disciples of the Nine Peaks did not even understand what had happened until the various peak masters gathered them to announce the bad news of the old sect master's death and the good news of the new sect master's succession. In an instant, the entire Tai Chi faction was in an uproar. Even the entire Tai Chi civilization was shaken. Although the death of the old sect master was unexpected, the most unexpected thing was that the famous owner Wenju had actually become the new sect master. No one could accept this absurd news. It's over. The Tai Chi faction is completely finished. They actually let an outsider become the Tai Chi faction master. To think that such an absurd thing has happened to the Tai Chi faction, which has been passed down for thousands of years. It's really laughable and pathetic. If I were Su Yu, I would immediately abdicate my position. What right does he have to sit in the position of the Tai Chi faction master? The doubtful and pessimistic people were not only limited to the outside world. There were many disciples of the Tai Chi faction. The peak masters had no choice but to order the disciples to be careful with their words and actions. They were not to make wild guesses. But the rumors were like water in a storehouse, getting deeper and deeper. After understanding this, Su Yu smiled bitterly and sighed. Mo Xiaochai, I really can't resign from the position of sect master. Chapter 1993. Didn't I say it before? The master of the Tai Chi faction can only step down under one circumstance, and that is when he dies. Of course, if you can find a successor who has more priority than you, like the Black and White Elders, you can step down as well, Mo Xiaochai said with a smile. Su Yu sighed bitterly. He had become a candidate because of various factors and coincidences. It was impossible for a second person to have such a special opportunity. At that time, he had been forced to assume the position of master. He had wanted to get rid of the Black and White Elders and then step down. Unexpectedly, the rules of the Tai Chi faction were not up to him. You have seen it, the people outside do not approve of me. If this continues, the people will lose faith. Su Yu still did not give up. Mo Xiaochai said disapprovingly, then let it be. The rules cannot be changed. Su Yu could not describe what he was feeling. Others would naturally be happy to be the master, but how could Su Yu be happy? The human demon was about to descend. The first person he would have to deal with was Su Yu, the master himself. Su Yu smiled bitterly as he imagined that the human demon could kill the current master with a talisman. Fine, if that is the case, I will be serious. Su Yu thought for a moment, then took out 29 yin elixirs and said, distribute them to Elder Tian and Elder Di. Mo Xiaochai accepted the order happily. Wait. You already have enough, don't be greedy. Mo Xiaochai's face darkened. Am I that kind of person? She hurriedly put back a 9 yin elixir she had just hidden. Su Yu's mouth twitched as he watched. Then, Su Yu gathered a batch of Taishu elixirs and distributed them to the closest disciples. Only with the continuous rewards did the excited Taiji sect calm down a little. Many of the disappointed disciples now had a glimmer of hope. When the old master was still in power, did they want to obtain the Taishu faction? Most importantly, the 9 yin elixirs distributed by the new master were said to be as effective as the rare 9 yang elixirs. Moreover, the master had released news that there would be an endless supply of 9 yin elixirs in the future. The 9 yin elixirs would no longer be a rare item that could only be found by chance. After stabilizing the outside world, Su Yu pondered. This is just a lure. It is not enough to convince the masses. I need to do something to convince them, Su Yu said to himself. Right now, there was only one thing that could prove his ability: get rid of the human demon. He had to find the Hunter Alliance as soon as possible. After a few days of preparation, Suyu temporarily handed over all the matters of the faction to the old woman. He then used the inter-civilization transportation portal of the Tai Chi civilization to look for the Hunter Alliance. Will the sect master never return? The old woman was extremely worried. Now that the Tai Chi faction was plagued by internal and external threats, the possibility of Suyu escaping with the excuse of looking for the Hunter Alliance was too high. I won't, Mo Xiao Chai said with certainty. Based on what she had heard about Suyu from Huangfu Liang, she was sure that Suyu was a man of his word. He would never go back on his word. Since he promised his previous body to look for the Hunter Union, he would not run away. However, whether or not he could find the hunter before the demonic humans arrived was another matter. Suyu was accompanied by 2 Earth Elders at the middle stage of the Four Crown Emperor realm. They were going to the 3-star civilization where hunters had appeared before. Half a year later, after using the star stones 8 times in a row, they appeared in a 3-star civilization called the Green Bull civilization. When the 2 of them walked out of an ancient tomb, they were not used to it. In just half a year, the 3 of them had consumed no less than 70 star stones. In the past, Suyu would never have imagined such an amount. However, they had finally arrived at their destination. Back then, True Lord Fire Dragon had been hiding in the Green Bull civilization, but a group of extremely powerful hunters had suddenly appeared. The 2 Earth Elders released their senses, and their powerful soul strength covered the entire 3-star civilization. However, after a careful search, there was no trace of the hunters. Have they left? Suyu was not surprised. It had been 3 years since the incident, and it was unlikely that the hunters would stay here forever. We will know if we ask the local master of civilization, Suyu said. Before long, the 3 of them appeared in front of a cave that was riddled with holes. The inside of the cave was full of indelible marks, as if a great battle had taken place here. You have already captured our cave master. What are you doing here? A white-haired old man walked out of the cave, trembling with fear and hatred. The 2 Earth Elders snorted coldly. How dare you? The Tai Chi faction master is here, hurry up and pay your respect. The entire area was under the jurisdiction of a 5-star civilization, and the 3-star civilization before them was the same. Tai Chi faction master? The old man was slightly surprised, and immediately knelt on the ground in tears. Faction master, please save us. Suyu's brows sank slightly. From their tone, it seemed that the hunters were not good people. Let's talk slowly. The white-bearded old man wiped his tears and choked with sobs. 3 years ago, a group of strong people who called themselves the Hunter Alliance suddenly descended upon our civilization. Without distinguishing between right and wrong, they captured our cave master. Anyone who resisted them was captured without exception. I was the only one who managed to escape. Suyu had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Such a powerful team of hunters had come from countless civilizations just to capture a 3-star civilization. Where did they go after that? Suyu asked. The white-bearded old man said, Please follow me, faction master. I will tell you in detail. It was indeed strange for the hunters to capture the cave master of a 3-star civilization for no reason. The inside of the cave was a scene of devastation, and the intensity of the battle was evident. In a palace that was barely intact, there were a few people with mournful expressions. Xiao Bai, serve tea to the lords, the white-bearded old man said through the screen. The woman behind the screen responded and came out with 3 cups of spiritual tea. At first glance, the woman named Xiao Bai was very beautiful. Her whole body exuded an alluring aura, and she was a rare beauty. Lords, please have some tea. Suyu nodded expressionlessly and looked at the white-bearded old man. You may speak. As far as I know, they seem to be preparing to go to a 4-star civilization called the Unbroken Civilization and to capture the master of civilization there. Speaking of this, the white-bearded old man had a look of hatred in his eyes. I don't know what's gotten into those hunters, but they are wantonly capturing the master of civilization of our generation. Perhaps our Green Bull civilization is not the first civilization to be harmed. Hearing this, Suyu and the 2 Earth Elders exchanged glances. This man's words could not be trusted. The peak 5 Crown Emperor had such a high vision. Why would they deliberately attack the master of civilization of a 3-star civilization? There must be some other reason. Faction master, please seek justice for us and save our faction master. The white-bearded old man knelt on the ground and pleaded. Suyu reached out and helped him up. Please rise. Since I already know, I will naturally find a way to account for the civilizations under the jurisdiction of the Tai Chi civilization. We will leave now. Suyu and the 2 Earth Elders got up. Faction master, please wait, the white-bearded old man said. In fact, before the hunters left, they went to another place. Oh, lead the way. Suyu had long felt that the purpose of the hunters was not simple. The white-bearded old man shook his head gently. I'm afraid that the faction master will have to wait for a moment. That place is called Chenyo Mountain. It is the gathering place of our Green Bull civilization. It only appears once a day at night for 6 hours. The rest of the time, it is in a state of nothingness. Suyu was not surprised by such a special place. Every civilization had its own uniqueness. There are still 2 hours before nightfall. Faction master and the 2 lords, why don't you have some tea first? The white-bearded old man said. Xiao Bai, organize a group of Green Bull dancers to present to the faction master. Suyu looked at the scene of devastation and the mournful crowd who were cleaning up the ruins. He waved his hand lightly. Don't worry about me. Just do your own things. As he spoke, he picked up the tea and took a sip. Just like that, when night fell. Sure enough, at the end of the civilization, a giant green bull appeared on the horizon. It lowered its head and ate grass on the ground. It looked relaxed and lifelike. Now is the time, the white-bearded old man said. Suyu and the others nodded and put down their teacups. Leading the white-bearded old man, they teleported near the green bull. The huge green bull was formed by the convergence of a nation's destiny that was larger than the empire's. There were several hideous holes on the surface of the green bull's body, as if it had been pierced by someone with great force. This green bull was destroyed by that group of hunters, and they took away something very important to our civilization from it, the white-bearded old man said with hatred. Suyu nodded indifferently. Yes, lead the way. The white-bearded old man entered through the largest hole. Suyu and the others followed closely, but they saw that it was empty inside. There were only many mysterious altars that had been destroyed. Only one altar had been barely repaired. There were very complicated words carved on it, and no one knew what they were used for. What do you mean by very important thing? An Earth Elder asked with a frown. If it was something important, why would it be placed here? The white-bearded old man leaped onto the altar and pointed to a dark ancient well in the center of the altar. You will know when you look down. The 2 Earth Elders came over and looked down. They saw a faint black air flow inside. It continued to gather under the influence of the altar. The 2 Earth Elders' faces changed at the same time. Corpse energy. The black airflow was nothing else but extremely dense corpse energy. Before they could regain their senses, their faces suddenly changed dramatically. Their faces were filled with pain, and their eyes gradually turned black. The corpse energy in the ancient well was desperately drilling into their bodies, but they had lost the ability to resist. It was as if their earth-shattering power was of no use. What did you give us to drink? The Earth Elders immediately realized that the problem was with the spiritual tea they had drunk before. But the terrifying thing was that even with their cultivation, they had not noticed anything strange in the spiritual tea. Moreover, the spiritual tea could affect them. Haha, of course it is something good that I prepared for you. The sorrow on the white-bearded old man's face disappeared, revealing traces of cruel cold light. I really didn't expect that we would be finished. In the end, 3 big fish came. 2 of them are Taiji sect's Earth Elders, and one of them is the Taiji sect's sect master. When he noticed Suyu, the white-bearded old man's face slowly stiffened. Because Suyu's arms were crossed in front of his chest, and there was nothing strange about him. When he noticed the old man's gaze, he spat out a mouthful of spiritual tea that was wrapped tightly with the power of desolation. You! The white-bearded old man's heart trembled. Chapter 1994. The white-bearded elder's heart seemed to have missed a beat. He said in a trembling voice, What corpse clan are you talking about? I only suspected that you were from the Hunter Alliance, so I put some in your spiritual tea, some. Seeing that the two elders were showing signs of turning into corpses, he could not explain himself no matter what. There is no need to explain. I knew from the beginning that you were not ordinary people, Suyu said lightly. Judging from the traces of battle left in the cavern, it was indeed very serious. With the powerful cultivation of the hunters, did they need to fight so hard to capture a simple master of a 3-star civilization? Obviously, the people who were captured were not weak. At the very least, they had fought fiercely with the hunters for a while. But the white-bearded elder in front of him was evasive, so Suyu had been paying attention from the beginning. Now, it seemed a little unexpected, but also expected. What was unexpected was that the white-bearded elder and his group were indeed extraordinary. What was unexpected was that they were from the Corpse Clan. The entire 3-star civilization had been invaded by the Corpse Clan. It was really shocking. The last 3-star civilization that was almost invaded was the Dayu Empire. It was only because of Suyu's appearance that it was coincidentally interrupted. Unexpectedly, this civilization named Green Bull had long been occupied by the Corpse Clan. However, the target of the Hunter Alliance was quite clear: the Corpse Clan. It seemed that the scourge of the Corpse Clan had alarmed a higher civilization, and they had issued a mission to exterminate the Corpse Clan. The white-bearded elder was exposed. He leaped up, wanting to jump into the ancient well. Suyu flicked his finger, and a wisp of space sealed over the ancient well, preventing him from entering. Then, with a glare, the power of desolation swept out, shattering the white-bearded elder's skin. Under the skin, there was indeed a Corpse Clan member emitting a strong corpse energy. "Come with me." Suyu's eyes shot out 2 beams of soul light, and he controlled it. The corpse energy in the ancient well was sealed, and the 2 elders felt slightly better. The darkness in their eyes quickly receded. After understanding everything that had happened, the 2 Earth Elders were filled with shame. They had looked down on the new faction master, but they did not expect to be tricked as soon as they came out to carry out the mission. Instead, it was the faction master who had predicted the future. Thinking of this, they could not help but stop looking down on him, ashamed. "Capture the remaining Corpse Clan members," Suyu said. With the 2 elders taking action, the remaining Corpse Clan members in the cavern could not escape and were all subdued. "Come, let's head to the Seamless Civilization." The Seamless Civilization of the 4-star civilization was destroyed even more thoroughly. The entire civilization was destroyed, leaving behind only a scene of devastation. Corpses of the corpse race remained on the ground, as well as large patches of vegetation infected with corpse chi. The next civilization. Suyu was expressionless. Through the local interstellar civilization teleportation, they locked onto the hunter's path. A whole year had passed. Suyu and the others had been to more than 10 civilizations, and they had used up thousands of starstones. Finally, they stopped at a 4-star civilization called the Demonic Moon. Many years ago, Moon Demon had been completely occupied by the corpse race. Half a year ago, the hunter tribe suddenly charged over and annihilated all the corpse race in a short few days with the might of a thunderbolt. Then, with the Demonic Moon as the foundation, he launched a brazen attack on the immortal Phoenix, the 5-star civilization that ruled over the Demonic Moon. The 5-star civilization was the real target of the Hunter Alliance. It was easy to imagine how terrifying a 5-star civilization that had been completely occupied was. Sending such a powerful hunter team to annihilate them was definitely not without reason. The current Demonic Moon used to be one of the immortal Phoenix's ring civilizations. Standing on the Demonic Moon, one could clearly sense the intense battle on the immortal Phoenix. Waves of world-destroying fluctuations came from within the immortal Phoenix. At this moment, entering the immortal Phoenix rashly was extremely dangerous. There was no need to be a burden. "Master, there are more and more creatures gathering on the Demonic Moon. It is hard to say whether there are corpse race among them. Should we retreat to a safe civilization?" Suyu's soul swept across the Demonic Moon civilization. Since the battle broke out in the immortal Phoenix, unidentified creatures had been pouring in from all directions. Some wanted to find out what was going on, while others were just observing. There were also some corpse race members who had escaped from the immortal Phoenix civilization. They disguised themselves as creatures and were preparing to use the demonic moon's inter-civilization transportation portal to escape. It doesn't matter. How strong can the corpse race that has retreated be? Suyu said calmly. Go and guard the inter-civilization transportation portal. Whether you are coming to the demonic moon or leaving, you need to verify your identity. The two elders nodded slightly. With the strength of the four crown emperors in the middle stage, they had no difficulty in occupying the inter-civilization transportation portal. Suyu sat cross-legged on the ground. The battle between the hunters and the corpse race would probably continue for a long time. He would take this opportunity to clean up the Tai Chi faction's gains. Apart from obtaining the position of master by chance and taking control of the Tai Chi faction's treasury, the biggest gain should be the space storage device of the Black and White Elders. He glanced inside and found that the number of items in the storage device was astonishing. In addition to a large number of divine stones, there were 2 precious Joyoung elixirs and as many as 70 or 80 Join elixirs. Suyu did not care too much about these until a very special item came into view. A purple gold wooden box came into view. In the wooden box floated a palm-sized black and white wing. Seeing this wing, he was slightly startled, and then he understood. The last part of the Tai Chi yin-yang wings has fallen into the hands of the Black and White Elders. Suyu was surprised. According to Ying Fengxiao, the second part of the Tai Chi yin-yang wings was in the hands of an Earth Elder. He did not expect it to be in the hands of the Black and White Elders. The Earth Elder must have bribed the Black and White Elders with this item. No wonder this old guy is targeting me everywhere. He wants me dead. So that's why. Suyu suddenly understood. The Black and White Elders must have seen through the Tai Chi yin-yang wings hidden in his body. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why he would target Suyu for no reason. But, it's all mine. Suyu smiled. His shoulders shook, and a small Tai Chi yin-yang wings appeared from his back. Compared to the one that belonged to the Black and White Elders, Suyu's Tai Chi yin-yang wings were much smaller. The yin and yang energy circulating within them was less than half. As expected of the 2 parts of the Tai Chi yin-yang wings, Suyu said to himself. His Tai Chi yin-yang wings should have the speed of a 4-crown divine warrior, right? With a thought, Suyu stacked the 2 parts of the Tai Chi yin-yang wings together, then forced them to fuse by force. 1 month later, the 2 parts of the Tai Chi yin-yang wings disappeared and were replaced by a huge black and white wing that was 3 feet long. It was full of yin and yang energy, and the feathers on it were vivid and lifelike. Suyu could not wait to refine it and fuse it into his body. With a thought, he activated it. Swoosh, the result satisfied Suyu. He had crossed from the southern end of the Demon Moon civilization to the northern end. It could be said that he had crossed an entire 4-star civilization. With such a distance, he had definitely reached the level of a mid-stage 5-crown divine warrior. Back at the mountain range, Suyu was secretly delighted. The 3 parts of the Tai Chi yin-yang wings were already so amazing. If he could refine the Pathmaster's bone, how amazing would it be? Suyu took out a piece of the Pathmaster's bone. He had obtained 2 pieces of the Pathmaster's bone from the common people's chess. The one in front of him had already been drained of the Pathmaster's blood, so it was not very useful to Suyu. He tried to fuse it into the Tai Chi yin-yang wings and found that it was not too difficult. A year later, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. The Tai Chi yin-yang wings in his palm had once again undergone an earth-shattering transformation. It had grown from 3 feet to 6 feet. The yin and yang energy was no longer in a flowing state. Instead, it burned like a raging flame. It was extremely shocking. Suyu licked his lips in excitement. He could no longer determine how much the Tai Chi yin-yang wings had evolved. It should at least be above the mid-stage 5-crown divine warrior. A 4-star civilization was only so big. Suyu did not dare to test it. If he was not careful, he would be transported into nothingness, and everything would be over. Keeping it in his body, Suyu quietly took out a 9-yin elixir and swallowed it. A day later, his cultivation rose sharply, and he quickly returned to the late-stage 2-crown divine warrior. He had finally returned to the peak of his cultivation. However, he was now the master of the Tai Chi faction. The cultivation of a two-crown divine warrior was not enough. He needed to continue to improve. But for a two-crown divine warrior to break through to the three-crown realm, he needed more than the energy contained in the 9-yin elixir. Unless he encountered the majestic energy that poured out when he broke through the Emperor's door, he would need at least another 10 years to break through to the three-crown divine warrior with just the 9-yin elixir. However, opportunities could only be encountered by chance. He stopped cultivating and looked at the fairy phoenix. He found that the fierce battle that had lasted for a whole year was showing signs of weakening. It seems like it's almost time to wrap things up. Su Yu's eyes shone with wisdom. In a flash, he arrived near the inter-civilization transportation portal. Greetings, faction master. 2 elders were methodically inspecting the people entering and leaving the Demon Moon civilization. Su Yu waved his hand. No need for formalities. Have you found the Corpse clan breaking in? Yes, and there are quite a few of them. But their cultivation is not too high. Su Yu nodded slowly. His eyes shone brightly. There will be more coming. Get ready. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a large white light flickered. Many people were transported together. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Space Lotus. A lotus instantly enveloped the entire transportation portal. When the white light faded, the people inside were immediately revealed. They were hundreds of people from the Corpse clan. They were injured, but without exception, their murderous auras were astonishing. As soon as they appeared, they roared and pounced on the nearby creatures. But what they pounced on was the isolated Space Lotus. The 2 elders' scalps went numb. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The 100 people in front of them were all from the Corpse clan. Unlike in the past, the Corpse clan did not even have time to disguise themselves. It was obvious that they had come in a hurry. Among them, the lowest cultivation was at the level of an overlord, and the highest was a 3-crown divine warrior. Seeing this scene, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the faction master's law of space was excellent. Otherwise, if he rushed out, they would not have been able to stop him. Destroy. Su Yu stood in front of the transportation portal with his hands behind his back. Boom. The Space Lotus collapsed, and all of them were destroyed. After a wave of annihilation, the transportation portal flashed urgently again. The 2 elders looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They said solemnly, another group of defeated Corpse clan. Su Yu did the same. A Space Lotus sealed them all. When the white light dissipated, Su Yu glanced at them roughly. After confirming that they were all from the Corpse clan, he prepared to destroy them. Chapter 1995. One of them was relatively more familiar. She was the Mountain Lord of the #1 organization in the Darkstar civilization, the Cloud Mist Divine Mountain, Yun Qianshuang. Of course, she was just pretending to be the Mountain Chieftain. She had another identity. Beside her was a young girl whom he had met once before. At this moment, the aunt and niece were mixed in with the corpse race, fighting against them with difficulty. Yun Qianshuang's face was full of displeasure as she shouted. Su Yu was slightly stunned. He had not expected to meet them here. With a slight shift in his heart, Su Yu teleported the 2 of them out of the Space Lotus with the power of space. Then, with a light tap of his finger, the Space Lotus collapsed and destroyed hundreds of Corpse clan members on the spot. The aunt and niece suddenly broke free from the siege of the corpse race and let out a long sigh of relief. Yun Qianshuang's heart was slightly shaken when she saw Su Yu casually killing hundreds of Corpse clan members. She bowed to Su Yu's back and said, "Brother, thank you for saving us." Su Yu turned around unhurriedly and said with a faint smile, "With our friendship, why do I need to thank you?" Yun Qianshuang was startled. What a familiar voice. Yun Qianshuang's face turned deathly pale, and it was as if she had fallen into despair. She shouted with unwillingness, You were clearly left behind by me in the quicksand of nothingness. When did you escape, void quicksand? Su Yu was slightly startled. Moreover, why was he so afraid of him? He remembered that this woman was still holding a grudge against him for stealing the 2 pieces of the Tao Lord's bones. On the other hand, the young lady looked at Su Yu's hair and muttered, purple hair turning into silver hair. It seems like this is the real dashing brother. However, Yun Chen didn't think too much about it. She grabbed the young girl and fled. Su Yu was bewildered. With a wave of his hand, a space barrier appeared in front of the two women. He said, "You two have escaped in the wrong direction. The inter-civilization transportation portal is here." Yun Chen turned her head around in despair. Her face was filled with humiliation as she shouted, "Su Yu, don't even think about touching us. Even if I die, I won't let you take advantage of us." The two Earth Elders looked at each other before averting their gazes with embarrassed expressions. This new sect master's methods of wooing women were truly dishonorable, to the point of forcing the other party to this extent. The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. It was really baffling. "I think you're thinking too much." Su Yu snorted lightly. "Do you think that I would touch you when you are already so old?" Yun Chen was furious. "Stop putting on an act. You've been chasing us since the Sea of Constellations for 10 years, and now you're saying you're not interested in me? Su Yu could sense that something was amiss. Ever since he left the Darkstar civilization, he had not even met this woman, so how could he have chased after her for a decade? "We haven't met each other all these years, have we?" Su Yu asked calmly. Yun Chen finally sensed that something was amiss. The girl reminded him, "I told you that the handsome purple-haired brother and the silver-haired brother are two different people. Their temperaments are completely different." "Purple hair?" Su Yu's eyes turned serious. "What does that mean?" The young girl gazed longingly at the handsome older brother she hadn't seen for a long time and said, "He's exactly like you, but his hair is purple and he's extremely lecherous. He's been chasing us and wants us to sleep with him." Hearing this, Su Yu's expression turned grave. "A purple-haired Su Yu like him? Are you really not that person?" Yun Chen asked tentatively. She also found it strange. In the past, Su Yu didn't seem like an impatient, perverted person. Instead, he was full of righteousness. But the purple-haired Su Yu was the complete opposite. She had thought that Su Yu had exposed his true nature. Now that she saw the silver-haired Su Yu again, she confirmed her suspicions. "Su Yu, we met a person who is almost exactly like you. He's very powerful, and he's at the level of a 5-crown emperor. We've been hiding all these years, and it was only with great difficulty that we managed to escape," Yun Chen said. Su Yu's heart sank. Could this be the doing of the sinful woman? When he had left the Sea of Constellations, he had felt an evil aura descending. Now, it seemed likely that it was the purple-haired Su Yu. It was most likely that the sinful woman had released him to seek revenge on Su Yu. How persistent. Su Yu snorted, his eyes cold. The sinful woman had sealed the ancient formation, but she still wouldn't give up. "It's good that it's not you. All these years, I've always thought that he was you. Both of you look exactly the same." Of course there was no difference, because the purple-haired Su Yu's body was most likely the body that had been stolen by the sinful woman all those years ago. The appearance of the purple-haired Su Yu made Su Yu's heart sink. A 5-crown emperor had been personally sent by the sinful woman. His abilities must be extraordinary, and he definitely wasn't an ordinary 5-crown emperor. After thinking for a long time, Su Yu gradually formed a plan. "I hope that you can explain more about the purple-haired Su Yu to me later. Now, if you have nothing else to do, please wait here. Once I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll take you back to the Tai Chi faction." Yun Chen mind had already calmed down. She stared at Su Yu, her mind working again. She said with a faint smile, "Su Yu, you seem to have forgotten something. Since he was the silver-haired Su Yu, his cultivation level should still be that of a 2-crown emperor." She couldn't deal with the purple-haired Su Yu, but she was more than capable of dealing with the silver-haired Su Yu. Su Yu laughed. "What? You want the 2 Pathmasters' bones back? What do you think?" Yun Chen said stubbornly. Su Yu smiled, not saying a word. Yun Chen thought he was afraid. "Hand it over obediently, and we might spare you this once on account of you saving us. Otherwise what?" The 2 Earth Elders' faces had already darkened. Su Yu had threatened their faction master in front of them. He really didn't respect them. "The matter between me and Su Yu has nothing to do with the 2 of you. Yun Qianshuang casually glanced at them. When she couldn't see through their cultivation levels, her heart tightened. The two of you are. The two Earth Elders slowly released the cultivation levels of a four-crown emperor, suppressing Yun Qianshuang. Why does the matter between you and our faction master have nothing to do with us? Faction master, Yun Qianshuang looked at Su Yu, her face filled with shock. After not seeing him for 10 years, Su Yu had actually become the faction master of a powerful faction. To be able to make two four-crown emperor submit to him, this faction must have come from a powerful four-star civilization. My two friends, I hope you understand that this human called Su Yu is extremely cunning. He once pretended to be the leader of a faction from the Dark Star civilization. How did he manage to become your faction master? Insolence! The two Earth Elders roared in anger, their terrifying auras suppressing Yun Qianshuang so much that she couldn't even lift her head. The faction master was born in front of all of us. How dare you spread rumors and cause trouble? The Earth Elder shouted. Yun Qianshuang was extremely shocked. Su Yu was a human from the Sea of Constellations. How could he be qualified to inherit the position of faction master of a four-star civilization? How did he manage to convince the powerful fighters of this faction? What a terrifyingly cunning human, she thought to herself. Seeing that she had angered the two Earth Elders, she hurriedly said, "It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. To tell you the truth, the two of us are from a five-star civilization. We are craftsmen, and our elders are the masters of civilizations. Please give us some face." There was a hint of arrogance in her words. A faction from a mere four-star civilization had no status in front of a five-star civilization. What's so great about a five-star civilization? Furthermore, you are only a descendant of the master of civilization. Do you know that the one standing before you is the master of civilization of the Tai Chi civilization? Yun Qianshuang felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned on the spot. The master of a five-star civilization? How could Yun Qianshuang not know the great name of the Tai Chi faction? Her initial range of activity had been within the Tai Chi faction. Su Yu had become the master of the Tai Chi civilization, controlling the entire five-star civilization and the radiation zone. Yun Qianshuang felt that this was a dream, an unrealistic dream. But the two Earth Elders did not need to lie to her. Faction master, how should we deal with this woman? She has been disrespectful to you. Su Yu smiled lightly. She can be spared, but she cannot escape death. Place a seal on her and temporarily control her. Yes. Yun Qianshuang bit her lip bitterly. She had never imagined that Su Yu would become the master of a five-star civilization. If she had known this would happen, how would she have dared to hope for the bone of the Pathmaster? With no other choice, she obediently stood to the side after they placed a seal on her. Su Yu asked, "Why are you in the Celestial Phoenix civilization?" Yun Qianshuang said helplessly, "Isn't it all thanks to the purple-haired Su Yu? We fled all the way to the Celestial Phoenix civilization, only to find that it had become the headquarters of the Corpse Clan. My niece and I hid here and there for a few years, spending years of effort to prepare a way to escape from the Celestial Phoenix civilization. But the Hunter Alliance suddenly attacked, causing us to be discovered by the Corpse Clan. That is what happened just now." Su Yu touched his nose. "This was really unlucky. Since you came from the Celestial Phoenix civilization, you should understand the situation inside, right?" Su Yu asked. Yun Qianshuang nodded solemnly. "Yes, I understand a little. The situation of the hunters is not looking good. It won't be long before they are completely annihilated." "What did you say?" The two Earth Elders could not keep their composure and exclaimed. Seeing that the battle situation in the Celestial Phoenix civilization was gradually calming down, they had thought that the powerful Hunter Alliance had the absolute upper hand. How could the situation be so terrible? The Hunter Alliance had 2 peak 5-crown Divine Warriors, 10 middle-stage Divine Warriors, 30 late-stage Divine Warriors, and countless 4-crown Divine Warriors. How could they possibly be completely annihilated? Yun Qianshuang nodded. "It is absolutely true. We saw that the situation was not good, so we vowed to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, we would not have been able to escape." Su Yu's expression changed, and he said solemnly, Are there many strong fighters in the Corpse Clan? How did the Hunter Alliance end up in such a situation? Yun Qianshuang shook her head lightly. There are not many strong fighters in the Corpse Clan, but there is a being who calls himself the Corpse Emperor. He is a descendant of the Path Corpse, and he possesses the treasures left behind by the Path Corpse. He is exceptionally powerful, and when I left, one peak 5-crown divine warrior had fallen, 3 middle-stage divine warriors were captured, and more than half of the early-stage 5-crown divine warriors were killed. Chapter 1996. The two elders sucked in a breath of cold air. They had watched the Hunter Alliance sweep through everything along the way and thought that it would be easy for the Hunter Alliance to hunt down the zombies of the 5-star civilization. Who knew that they would be completely annihilated? Su Yu was the most surprised. Others did not know who the Corpse Emperor of the Dao Corpse descendants was, but how could Su Yu not know? 20 years had passed since they parted ways with the Dayu civilization, and he had secretly controlled so many advanced civilizations. Now, he was carrying out a one-sided slaughter against a group of 5-crown royal hunters. Hearing the fluctuations gradually weaken, Su Yu's heart sank. They had been away from the Tai Chi civilization for 2 years. If they did not find strong people to fight against the demons in time, the Tai Chi sect might really be destroyed. His eyes flashed rapidly, and after a while, he said, "You continue to guard the inter-civilization transportation portal. I will go to the Fairy Phoenix to find out what is going on." No matter what, he could not let the Corpse Emperor succeed. The two elders were shocked. "Master, you can't. If the Dao Corpse descendant is so powerful, wouldn't you be walking into a trap?" Su Yu shook his head. "He is stronger than me, but he was defeated by me twice. This time is no exception." With that, he stepped onto the transportation portal and teleported directly to the Fairy Phoenix. What he saw was an endless sea of zombies. Groups of zombies surrounded the few remaining 4-crown royal hunters. The hunters had already planned to escape, but the transportation portal was already filled with countless zombies. Many of them were their fallen companions who had joined the zombies and attacked them. Although they were strong, the zombies were not afraid of death, and ordinary methods could not kill them. How difficult would it be to get rid of them? Klang Su Yu appeared and immediately attracted the attack of a group of zombies. A golden light flashed in his palm, and a golden sword burning with flames and thunder appeared in his hand. This sword was the Golden Flames Forbidden Wood sword that had not been used for a long time. The sword was covered with a layer of boundless karmic fire. The boundless karmic fire was used to destroy evil spirits, and it had an indescribable restraining effect on the zombies. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword swept out in a half-moon shape. Suddenly, a large number of zombies were ignited and turned into ashes in an instant. The boundless karmic fire was extremely combustible. Once other zombies touched it, they would burn continuously until they turned into ashes. A simple sword had wiped out tens of thousands of huge zombies. "Everyone, come over here," Su Yu shouted. The hunters who noticed the commotion were wild with joy. Like a drowning man who saw a life-saving straw, they surrounded the place desperately. Su Yu, on the other hand, rushed in their direction with his sword in hand. Wherever he passed, the Corpse Clan was annihilated. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they were like paper in the face of the boundless karmic flames. Not long after, the two sides met again. Only 20 hunters managed to make it through, and all of them had despair written all over their faces. "Are you the only ones left in the team of hunters?" Su Yu's heart sank. A late-stage 4-crown emperor shook his head sadly. "That's not the case, but it's going to happen soon. We are only a small part of them that managed to break out of the encirclement. Most of them are trapped in Mount Wuyin and surrounded by the corpse race. They won't be able to hold on for too long with no reinforcements from the outside and injured internally." Hearing this, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had not reached the point of complete annihilation. "Give me the coordinates, I'll rush over now," Su Yu said. "No, there are groups of high-level zombies there. Just the Corpse Emperor of the Path Corpse's descendants is extraordinary. Moreover, many of our companions of the 5-crown Emperor have been turned into zombies by them. If you go alone, you'll be like a moth flying into a flame." The Hunter Alliance was a relatively loose organization. Now that they were in trouble, they naturally would not risk their lives to rescue their companions. "You guys go first, I'll go take a look." After asking for the coordinates, Suyu suddenly spread out a 3-foot-long pair of wings behind him. With a thump, he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had almost crossed the entire 5-star civilization. This was an escape technique that had reached the peak of the 5-crown emperor. Looking at the whole world, unless the Pathmaster personally hunted him down, no one could catch him. Mount Wuyin was the core of the Fairy Phoenix civilization. After it was occupied by the Corpse Emperor, it became the base camp of the Corpse clan. The Hunter Alliance went straight to the root of the problem and killed their way into Mount Wuyin. Originally, they had already killed all the high-level Corpse clan members. Unexpectedly, a Corpse Emperor appeared out of nowhere and defeated them. What was even more hateful was that there was already an ambush enchantment in Mount Wuyin. After they broke in, they could not come out again. Only the hunters who had not yet entered Mount Wuyin were lucky enough to escape. Most of the hunters were trapped, surrounded, and attacked by the endless stream of zombies. Otherwise, with so many strong fighters, they would not have been able to escape in time. They had been tricked. The sponsor who issued the mission was most likely a living being spy paid by the Corpse clan. He had sent a large number of their strong fighters to their deaths, and after they died, they would be transformed into the powerful Corpse clan. Mount Wuyin was divided into 10 layers. They were sandwiched between the 5th and 6th layers. The outer and inner 4 layers were occupied by the Corpse clan, and they were attacked from the front and back. The attacks of the Corpse clan in the outer 4 layers were the fiercest. With the descendants of the Dao Corpse as the lead, they cooperated with the former master of the Fairy Phoenix civilization to launch a fierce attack. Many members of the Hunter Alliance could only defend coolly. The inner 4 layers were equally serious. Their fallen comrades had turned into the Corpse clan and were attacking them. Among them was the fallen 5-crown Emperor Peak Hunter. The internal and external troubles put the hunters in a precarious situation. "Hunter King, be careful. If this continues, we will all become the Corpse clan." A mid-stage 5-crown Emperor powerhouse stuck close to the only remaining peak 5-crown Emperor powerhouse amongst them. Hunter King was the title of 5-crown Emperor peak fighter. Hunter King was 25 meters tall, and was a foreign race with bulging muscles. However, his body was covered in wounds, and traces of corpse energy were being forced out of his wounds. He had to split his attention to deal with the enemy, and also suppress the troublesome corpse energy. His situation was even more difficult. Hunter King's eyes were filled with despair. "What else can we do? Fight to the death. Before you die, destroy your own body, don't let the Corpse clan have their way." The 5-crown Emperor middle-stage fighter gritted his teeth, and could only fight in despair. Right at this moment, there was a sudden movement in the outer 4 layers. A large number of Corpse clan started to burn without warning, and they spread to each other very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a large empty space was burned in the outer 3 layers. Have our escaped brothers returned to rescue us? Many hunters were indescribably excited. Hunter King shook his head deeply. "No, it's the boundless karmic flames." Hiss. The legendary evil-destroying divine fire, boundless karmic flames. Heavens, this is the void fire that even the Pathmasters can only dream of. The speaker was excited. Hunter King's expression was solemn. "So what if you have the boundless karmic flames? In front of the Path Corpse's descendants, the boundless karmic flames may not be able to do anything." The movement behind them also caught the attention of the Corpse clan. Looking behind them, their expressions changed, and they all avoided the burning Corpse clan comrades. A white-haired Corpse clan member with a crown on his head glared angrily. But there was no one around. The familiar boundless karmic flames, the familiar aura. The Corpse Emperor's tone was low, his eyes cold. How could he forget that he was almost burned to death by Su Yu's boundless karmic flames in the Dayu Empire? How could he forget Su Yu's painstaking aura? But why couldn't he sense his existence? The rest of the Corpse clan had not even sensed the aura of living creatures. Now that he was distracted, the Hunter King seized the opportunity and sent him flying. "Break out!" The Hunter King roared, leading the hunters behind him to break out of the encirclement. The Corpse Emperor's face fell, and he shouted, Stop them. Killing them was only a matter of time, as long as they did not escape the enchantment of Mount Wuyin. However, just as they were about to stop them, a large amount of boundless karmic flames suddenly came from another direction, burning a large area of the corpse clan in an instant. The pressure on the hunters was relieved once again, and their eyes were filled with joy as they frantically tried to break out of the encirclement. The corpse emperor was shocked and angry. He searched carefully, but couldn't find Suyu at all. He had just refocused his attention on the hunters when a large amount of boundless karmic flames appeared from another direction. Because the encirclement of the corpse clan was too densely packed, a large number of them died, directly burning a path for the hunters. The Hunter King finally showed a glimmer of hope. He did not know what kind of magical power that mysterious expert had, but he could strike without anyone noticing, plunging the corpse clan into chaos. With his help, the hunters broke out of the encirclement with ease, escaping all the way from the 5th zone to the 8th zone. The corpse emperor roared angrily, temporarily ignoring the person who had released the boundless karmic flames. He waved the pitch-black bead in his palm and smashed it towards the Hunter King. Inside the pitch-black bead, an astonishing corpse energy was released. When it shone on the bodies of living creatures, the creatures were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Even someone as strong as the Hunter King found it difficult to resist. His whole body was steaming with a rich vitality, which was a sign that his life was rapidly depleting. This was the Tao Corpse Divine Bead, which could only be used on living creatures. The Hunter King had been killed by the terrifying black light of the Tao Corpse Divine Bead. The Hunter King had no choice but to lead his people to retreat again. With this Tao Corpse Divine Bead, they had no way of contending against it. However, right at that moment, a dazzling relic that emitted an astonishing Buddha's light suddenly floated in the sky. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the bodies of the corpse clan were steaming with a deathly aura, and their bodies were melting continuously. In terms of effect, it was more than 10 times stronger than the boundless karmic flames. Most importantly, the Buddha nature within this Buddha relic was far superior to the Tao Corpse Divine Bead, and it suppressed the pitch-black light that it emitted. The hunters who were retreating were overjoyed, and they took the opportunity to attack. Under the illumination of the Buddha relic, the corpse clan could not resist at all. They could be destroyed with a single blow. Even the corpse emperor was struggling in pain under the illumination of the Buddha relic. The Hunter King's eyes flashed, and a chain of rules shot out from his palm, bombarding the corpse emperor's body in an instant. An ordinary 4-crowned emperor should have been penetrated by the chain of rules at that moment. However, the corpse emperor's body was extremely hard. With a dull thud, he was only blasted out of Mount Wuyin. His body did not suffer too much damage. The Hunter King looked around at the defenseless corpse clan and yelled, "Senior, how long can this Buddha relic last?" Faintly, an old voice floated over. "Enough for you to wipe out all the corpse clan." Suyu turned into a speck of dust, secretly praising the Hunter King for his boldness. An ordinary hunter should be thinking of taking the opportunity to escape at that moment. However, the Hunter King changed his mind and decided to take the opportunity to annihilate the corpse clan first. "Thank you." The Hunter King's face was filled with a cold divine light. He was most afraid of the Tao Corpse Divine Bead. If it was suppressed, the corpse clan in front of him would not be a problem.